Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, running for president in 2016, building a third party with the support of all of the people that believe in honest government, that believe in stopping the corruption that's led to this terrible economy that we have today. Our government is literally running on borrowed money. Every single year, they borrow an extra trillion that they need to give to all their cronies. Obama didn't cut $2 trillion like he said he was going to. He actually overspent $8 trillion. And the numbers don't lie. Everything says this guy has been a lame duck, useless waste of time, just like George W. Bush. He continued the wars that George W. Bush created. He didn't have a good exit strategy for Iraq, and we ended up going back in there with 1,500 troops. And worse than that, he actually encouraged a war with Libya. Obama authorized a war against Libya and routed out Muammar Gaddafi, even though he had signed a treaty, a peace treaty in 2007. He actually was routed right out and killed like an animal. And the Democrats somehow justified supporting Al-Qaeda during that time period in Libya. Our policy, foreign policy, has been so convoluted and jumbled and distorted that our nation is literally faced with no solutions, no direction, a rudderless foreign policy, and no domestic policies that'll encourage traction in our economy. It's amazing how misguided our nation really is. And then we've got these people that are groping for more power because they either never got it, like Hillary, and she simply wants that power. Not that she has any great ideas or she has a passion for what she's doing. She's just a vocal spokesman for the Illuminati. But then there's Donald, who just met with Henry Kissinger, who went out to AIPAC a few weeks ago to solicit for money from the Jewish American Political Action Committee, American Israeli Political Action Committee. So you're looking at a situation where people really, really want the job because they want power. It's ridiculous. We don't have any honest people running for Congress or for the presidency at this point. We just got a bunch of prostitutes out there. And you, the American people, are completely unrepresented. And I said many times that I will be your representative. I will represent and be the lobbyist for the American people. Whatever 2/3 of the country want, I will go with. That is my solemn commitment. It's not some flip-flopping maneuver. This is me listening to you, and we'll have a daily chat show like we've done every single night for the past 7 years, except for Sundays, because I take a day of rest. So many of you don't realize that you're powerless, that our country is literally running on borrowed money. You hope that your leaders are trustworthy, but honestly, the numbers speak for themselves. A poll just came out that's shocking. 2/3 of the voters say that neither candidate, Hillary or Donald, are trustworthy. Look at that. 2/3 of the voters in America, and I'm going to give you a link to that so you can verify it, are saying that neither one of these people are trustworthy. And I can tell you, I am trustworthy. I have never cheated anybody, and I've never violated anybody, and I don't willfully go around doing that. I've always been a person that's lived with absolute integrity, and I don't lie either. So if you want a person to really help this country, the most dangerous person to the elitists is an honest president. I will have the power to oversee the slush fund that they draw money out of. It's called the Exchange Stabilization Fund. And it is a central part of the U.S. Treasury that only the president can actually oversee. So the elitists want to make sure they stick their guys in there, like Donald Trump meeting with Kissinger. We know Kissinger's controlled every single president since, Richard Nixon, for that matter.
Mr. Trump, you must do exactly as we say in order to continue getting credit on your massive debt.
Really? Yeah. They made him a deal he can't refuse. So these are the people that are controlling our government, the powerful elitists that want to control the process of politics and even what we call freedom and democracy. These are the people that want to take away your right to vote, nullify your ability to vote, making you just a mindless bobblehead sitting there going, well, either I vote Democrat or Republican, I can't split the vote. Well, you've got to split the vote. This is the only chance we've got. Maybe 2020, but honestly, your vote is wasted on those two-party people. They're just pushing an agenda that is convenient for the elitists. They'll take the Marxist agenda of Hillary or Bernie, or they'll take the fascist agenda of Donald Trump. Either way, they win, because they want to enforce a police state. They want to push genetically modified food on our population. They want to dump chemicals in the air. And they don't want to even have any oversight whatsoever over anything they do. They don't want anyone asking questions, and they certainly don't want anyone to fix the problem, because basically they just want to drain us dry, harvest America like a resource, sucking us dry until all of us have either lost our lives from tumors or lost everything we've ever worked for to medical ripoff. And believe me, there's no more corrupt industry in America than the medical community. And I'm on this, and I will do everything I can to get accountability from these corrupt scumbags that try to prey on people because they're sick. It's sickening what they're doing. I've seen picture bills in front of me that are absolutely insane. 3 hours worth of surgery for $18,000. So somehow a surgeon in his mind can spend 3 hours in surgery and charge $18,000 to Medicare or Medicaid. That's what's going on every day in America today. And there's no oversight by the Democrats, Republicans. How would you like to have to lose everything you have when you get sick or break your leg or something? Yeah. No political clout. The American people have nothing. And I got people in here criticizing me and saying, David, you're just a whack job. I mean, I'm not wacky at all. I'm the voice of reason, speaking out from the darkness, going, what the hell's wrong with people if we allow this to continue? All right, we got some interesting things that just came in the room. Number one, the flight, the Egyptian air flight, the Airbus has not been seen. They don't know where it is, but they do know from the flight recorder data that did happen when they were in the air that they thought there was smoke in a bathroom. So maybe somebody in the bathroom lit a cigarette. That's all we know. I am like a light that never goes dim. And you can always rely on me coming into the show and doing a show every night. And that's what I'm going to do as president. I'm going to do a 1 hour show at least. And we're going to take fielded questions. And you guys can pre-submit your questions too. And I'll be able to go through the questions and address issues. And at least you'll know that I'm listening. You'll know that I hear your problem. And you can keep repeating your concern every time you come in the chat room that way. It took 15 minutes to enter this channel tonight, folks. Look at this. Let me put this on record. We are being censored by this network. Yep. 15 minutes to enter this channel. We know that they're artificially keeping the numbers down here. They can't stop the person or people that are taking our signal and retelecasting it all around the world. And I want to thank all of you who are doing that. You're the hidden force behind this growth of this political movement. You know, I would love to say that the American people are going to gather together all of a sudden and say, oh yes, we need a third party, but they're saying it slowly. They're slowly being reached by family members. They're finally realizing that we even exist. They are. And we have implemented, 8 years ago, I put together a word of mouth campaign, and it's been spreading rapidly around the world, and that's something that they cannot control. And I thank the people that are retelecasting this broadcast. You can actually go to our website, americasthirdparty.com, and at the bottom you can just click on the YouTube video and it will literally play continuously. So all you have to do is take a picture of that with a company software like ManyCam, or what we use in our show, XSplit. These are programs that are available for free for trial. And you can run a show promoting me all around the world on your own network. I freely give you that right and choice. Whoever you are, wherever you are, you can rebroadcast our signal. Thank you. All right, so we've got a story that is pretty much emblematic of a failure of an industry that's grown for profit only without a good vision ahead. The solar industry just experienced a huge, huge disaster at their Nevada facility, the solar concentrator, which burns from all different sides. You're looking at mirrors facing the center, creating a tremendous amount of heat, and then inducting that heat into what is called molten salt. And it got so hot it burned up. And we're talking millions of dollars in loss here. Look at the damage. Yep. You know, there's a lot of tree huggers out there. I'm a person who wants to protect the environment, but I don't want to tax you to do it. I love the idea of a solar concentrator, but we've got to start small. These are too big. These are massive facilities that one tinder blast could easily turn into a terrible loss of money, and you're looking at that right there. Putting out the blaze was not easy. Firefighters were forced to climb 300 feet up a boiler tower to get to the scene. Officials said the fire was located about 2/3 up the tower, and workers of the plant managed to subdue the flames by the time firefighters reached the spot. Yeah, it's a huge facility, providing enough power to 140,000 homes, but yeah, now it's going to go back to fossil fuel power. Yeah, I just believe that we need to think about micronizing everything, creating smaller generation units that if one burns down, it doesn't take the whole one down. But there's such a profit and venture capitalist profit incentive that these companies throw tons of money at one thing. We need to get the venture capitalists out of innovation. And this is where I'm going to be different than Barack Obama. I will actually get the government to innovate directly and create solutions that will help provide solar alternatives to what we have today. An idea, for instance, is something that I just found out about, which is exciting, is the creation of solar panels that could be literally put on rooftops. And it's being made by the U.S. military. I was very happy to find this out. Check this out. We want to integrate a plan to create jobs in America. And we put together this concept called the Homestead Renewal Plan and the Solar Rooftop Revolution. Well, neither one of these requires any congressional support. We can do this without Congress signing off on it. I can implement the Homestead Renewal Plan as president through the Homes program at HUD, Housing and Urban Development. I can instantly put this thing on the ground, start fixing up houses that are currently in disrepair, and give people jobs. We can task the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to build these solar panels and get these ready to go and put them on rooftops. Good day there, Benji. Hello. Good day. So all these things can come together without congressional approval, which is an amazing fact, and Donald Trump wouldn't come up with these ideas. I'm the guy he's copying. He's taken about 9 of my ideas right now, and I'm just trying to decide what exactly I'm going to do about it. Yeah, a lot of houses can be fixed up. There's 11 million houses currently in foreclosure. And we've got about 4 million people who are homeless right now. I'm going to lower the regulations on tiny houses so that across the nation, my executive order will supersede states' control, and I will make it so that no state can charge for water reclamation on your roof. That's what I'm talking about, man. You've heard the tiny house movement, right? Many of you people have kind of given it some thought, because I know in the winter months you want to live in your cold area in something that you could even have in your backyard to live in during the winter. But this is a growing new movement, and it is ready for growth. Young people want to find something simple that they can settle into, have a small family. I don't know about you, but this looks pretty comfy to me. Hi there. Hi, Scissor Fight. You know, I've never done anything bad in my life, honestly. There's never been a time where I did anything like bad people do. And when people claim that I'm going to jail, I really believe that we are in trouble because we've got fascists that literally want to run our country. They want to send honest people to jail. They want to brutalize innocent people. We were swatted by some psycho 8 months ago, and the local police didn't even bother to check their registry of my phone numbers to call me up in advance of setting up a police sting operation around my area, in which they swooped down, sent out warnings to everybody in my neighborhood that there was a live shooter based on some kid calling up their phone number. It's unbelievable, the lack of clarity here in law enforcement. We don't have any leadership. Barack Obama's a joke. But yeah, tiny houses for the win, for sure. You know, you should be allowed to have your little piece of terra firma, all of you. We've got plenty of land. I mean, it's ridiculous. We just need fresh water. We need water to get to the places that can populate areas. I mean, even if we ran a ocean pipeline all the way to Las Vegas, for instance, an idea that we've come up with in 2005. Don't listen to Trump. His ocean dome idea is my idea. It's the idea I've been doing for the past 10 years. Sarah and I came up with this idea. The Ocean Pipeline Project could actually provide fresh water all along that pipeline from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. Cities like Baker will be a lot more wet. We'll have a lot more. Barstow would be a mecca. New growth, new population. People from LA would spill out there and have plenty of fresh water. Yeah, there is no ocean dome. It's him copying my ocean pipeline or our ocean pipeline project idea. This is the concept, and it can be done in small areas. We can start small and build up, and it's not too expensive. Each one of these units costs $1,000. It's made with unbreakable polycarbonate that is going to last 50 years. Is UV resistant, and will be able to stack on top of an 18-wheeler, and we'll be able to get lots of different solar pipeline modules out there anywhere we go. We can build them really quick too. Okay. Hey, Super Dave. Welcome to the show. Yeah, people are just too materialistic. That's what's wrong. Good point. Yep. Too much greed. Yes, they use chemtrails all the time to make it rain. Right now, weather modification is going on throughout the nation, and most people don't realize it's happening. And anybody who talks about it is usually called a whack job. So you're going to have to take some risks to talk about this, but one way to do it is to tell people, you know, look in the sky. I mean, these are not condensation patterns. They're literally dropping tons and tons of waste. Hey, thanks for that. Wow, that was an immediate cataloging of the crimes of 9/11. Somebody put together a really cool site, Scissorfight just found. Thank you for that, Scissorfight. I'll look at that. As you know, I'm the only presidential candidate right now running that says that 9/11 was an inside job, and I'm going to find out who did it. We'll put together an independent investigation into the 9/11 Commission report when I become president. But this is a good resource, this site, and I'm sure that the effort that they're putting in is just the background kind of work that we're going to be doing in the future to root out the real criminals that led to our nation's attack and ultimately to the two wars that we are currently involved in. I'm not going to be going after the Saudis like Trump wants to, because I support a good trading partner in the Saudi Arabia has been very generous so far in helping us deal with the crisis of energy costs. And we're paying lower than most countries around the world, if not all of them. And for a good reason, this relationship needs to continue. Saudi Arabia has already said that Trump would be a deal killer. That if he said, for instance, that he wants to ban Muslims and ID them and deport them, the sheikh over there in Saudi Arabia, one of them said that we won't trade with the U.S. if he becomes president. So if Trump becomes president, we will be paying a lot more for fuel, I assure you. Now, I'm not an apologist for the Saudi Arabian monarchy. If you are a leftist and say, well, how can this person stand there and allow this? We are trading with them. They handle their own affairs. I don't tell other countries that we are proposing that they have a democracy, like George W. Bush did with Egypt. We all saw what that happened. President Morsi ended up killing innocent people, the Muslim revolution. Mubarak was kicked out. Obama didn't even respond to his calls for assistance. Now they found out Mubarak didn't commit any crimes. He was vindicated of any wrongdoing. And General Sisi becomes President Sisi. Yeah. So, I mean, we've seen the destabilization of the Middle East by Barack Obama, and he's orchestrating it. I look like Jim Carrey, really? I don't think so. Jim looks a lot older than me. I wonder what year he was born. Let's see. Yeah, he's 2 years younger than me. He was born in 1962. you're saying I look like him? Okay, let's see what I do. I don't think I look like him. All right. Okay. I look like his father. Luke, I am your father. I don't see it. Anyway, so we are going to be looking at a different way of creating a more transparent presidency. Okay. Hillary Clinton caught cheating to win Kentucky, 4,000 votes scrapped. Really? Information from the preliminary results from Kentucky. Mass cheating in Kentucky in the primary. 4,000 votes scratched to give Hillary a win. Wow. Wow, she looks really bad in that picture, doesn't she? According to several reports, the Hillary Clinton campaign cheated in order to give her the win in Kentucky. Doesn't surprise me. That's why I'm asking people to write my name in. With Bernie and Hillary and Donald, you don't know where your vote's going. It could be put into a bin and just spin the wheel. I am sitting up straight. You realize how hard it is to sit and do a show for 5 hours without leaning forward? I should strap myself into the chair. I don't have a presidential paycheck. I don't get any money doing this at all. I haven't derived a penny from anything we've done. And if you have any questions, you can go to fec.gov and type in my name, David John Sponheim. We are 100% compliant. Our third-party endeavor has never stopped being compliant, and we will basically give you this third party when I become president. Isn't that cool? And I won't make a single penny on it. Like Obama's been making money on his name. Big money. He makes residuals, all his endorsements, his hats, and all the things he sells, his condoms. I don't know if he profits from the condoms, but I need a taller desk. I like this desk. It's good. Some people just don't realize the power of the word of mouth. You know, a lot of these people, I can see the Trump people in here. Yes, my chair does have lumbar support. It's a nice chair. My chair is a very, very nice chair with armrests and a lift. Our chair is a very, very, very nice chair. I'm not rich, no. I'm a person of limited means. I shot for 20 meals last night on my cooking show, and I ended up getting only 16. But we got 16 meals for $5. And they're pretty good. I had one today for lunch. That's all I've been running on is one of those meals I made. The scallop peasy. Bacon scallop peasy, I called it. The peas are a little bit of protein, and the potatoes are full of potassium, and mostly things that are not normally GMO. Very tasty. I'm glad I put the rosemary in, because it adds that kind of a unique taste when you put rosemary in with potatoes. They kind of give it that red bliss potato taste. I'm already competing Sniper One. I've already received millions of views around the world thanks to the help of support from people around the world who understand the need for a third party in America. Yeah, I'm editing that video show. It should be up on my site in a couple days. You know, my peas came from a can that was pre-Fukushima. I bought it in 2005. And then I had some other peas that were frozen that were picked up from Minnesota. I checked the label. So I put them both together. I was amazed I pulled it off for $5. I really... Hard to make 16 meals for $5, I'll tell you. I could have spread them out. No, I could have pretended like one ladle was, one meal, but I had to do 2 ladles per meal. Yes, pre-Fukushima peas, yeah. Well, when things got tough for the price of food going up, Sarah and I spotted all this that was going on. We saw the price of beef go from $1.99 to a pound to $6.99 a pound in almost a year. We put them in the freezer and we mix and match. So I've got other dishes that I make in advance for Sarah if she takes a lunch out. She won't be eating any of these though. These are dinner mixes that she and I put. I put them out there so that I just throw it on the burner and I've got a quick starch dish with some food in it. You can always make other things. Yeah, good evening. Welcome. I don't have any downfall, Sniper. When I thought I explained to you that you have to be either positive about this movement or get the hell out. Hey, Shrek. Hi, welcome. Thank you for coming in, man. Everybody's trying to pull it together here for a third party to form. You know, we're going to bag a lot of our personal hatred so we can at least put on a happy face and start agreeing to disagree. That's what this is all about. This is not about labeling somebody, you're a leftist, or you're one of those right-wingers, I saw you. You know, we're not here to talk about each other in demoralizing ways, name call like the Democrats do. Or we're not here to suck up to big money like the Republicans do. We're not here for that. Gary Johnson getting help from the Koch brothers. Thanks for sharing. Gary Johnson is a joke. Gary Johnson doesn't even want to comment on GMOs or chemtrails or fluoride. I mean, these people who are riding on their $1 million income from whatever, I guess he sells medical marijuana now. They're buying their way into the press. I've been working for 7 years and I'm still censored. Now, you can blame whoever for that. I'm not going to name and blame. I'm just going to tell you, we are living in a nation completely shut down, censored. There is no free press in this country. Everything you see in the news is controlled. Now, this story is the free press. Gateway Pundit is really good. But when I talk about the blogosphere, I am saying, yeah, there is some free press there in the blogosphere, but as far as mainstream media is concerned, it's shut down. It's not happening. But when they're doing a breaking story about corruption at the Hillary campaign, yeah, that doesn't get television coverage. I doubt that Fox even covers this story. Seriously. You know, we will ban you, and I'm going to do it in a second if you keep it up. I've given you a warning, and you're about to get banned again, buddy. And same with you, Repeat Davis. I'm going to ban you too if you support this dark dictator named Trump. A wannabe dictator. You guys going to get with the program, or are you going to just sit there and pretend like everything's just hunky-dory? You want to stay in the show, or do you want to get kicked out? It's your choice. Can't believe what I have to put up with. So that looks good. Cataloging the crimes of 9/11. 9/11truthout.blogspot.com. Thanks for that link. Gary Johnson the libertarians don't have any solutions for America. And neither Gary Johnson or any libertarian out there that I know of running for president is even willing to talk about 9/11 being an inside job. I'm the only guy carrying that torch, folks. I'm the only guy who wants the legalization of marijuana at the recreational level. Bernie wants medical marijuana. Donald says he never smoked marijuana. Hillary doesn't want to comment. You got to realize, folks, we got a limited amount of time here to promote this. I need your help pushing americasthirdparty.com anywhere around the globe. Seriously. One of the ideas that Scissor Fight did was he went to americasthirdparty.com and he hit our platform page. Now I'll show you how to do this. And he posted it on Craigslist. Great, you can do this in your area. There's just one way to do it. Like I said, don't talk about these scumbag, suck-up millionaires who are trying to become president, trying to co-opt this third party. Please don't bring their name in here. Unless you say derogatory things about them, then feel free, all you want. I'm a physical specimen, really. Well, you can watch our show live. If you have any problem getting into the server, you're looking at the Battle Camp feed, which is guaranteed to come in, no problem. Thanks to Alki David and his free network that he offers. without the restrictions. You can still get into guest chat at Vaughn here. But if you really want to just copy something, our platform says it all. Just take the platform and go like that. Copy all the way down. Go Control-C, and then paste it in a Craigslist ad. And what Scissorfight did is he saved the image of our voter revolt and put that as an image, as one of the images in the Craigslist ad. So right-click on the actual poster, which you can also print up at OfficeMax for $1. You can make one of these posters. Ask for color on cardstock, and just tape it to some cardboard, like I did. Put it in the back of your window when you're driving down the road. Help promote this. You can make a double size, like 11 by 17 cardstock color for $1.88 plus tax at OfficeMax. But you save this image on your hard drive and then just post it with the platform on Craigslist. It's that simple. All right. Now, I know a lot of you want to talk about aliens. I don't use makeup. No, that's not true. That's a lie. You're out of here. Hillary's still leading Trump by 60 to 20. The Trump supporters don't have a real strong following, but the American people have spoken. They don't support either one of them. 75% don't trust either one of them. That's the poll that matters. No, saving the image to your hard drive is not going to get you a visit from the FBI. I haven't had a visit from the FBI, and I've been doing this for 7 years. I mean, hello? We're doing nothing wrong. Wow. Well, you may think that Charles Manson is sane. I'm sure the Tate LaBianca murders which were orchestrated by him, by the way, were something that indicates a very insane thing. Charles Manson last year announced to his psychologist that he felt directly responsible for the death of 5 people. He did admit that. It's in the record. So that is not a good thing. I'd like to talk nice things about Colorado, but I'm sorry, I can't really say good things about a state that never found the killer of JonBenét Ramsey and botched everything in that whole case was botched. And I also want to add that Colorado wants to charge you money to get water off your roof. That's sick. It's disgusting. I will put together an executive order making that illegal at every state level. We'll make sure you get free water off your rooftop. It's insane. No one's ever found the murder of JonBenét Ramsey, so Colorado failed. Obama administration set to release 70,000 felons from federal prison without any sentencing reform legislation. This guy's willy-nilly now trying to create havoc in our streets. He already released 46 known drug dealers from the El Reno prison last year. The prison that was solely responsible for developing biochips and brains. We don't know if El Reno was used as a biochip center and these drug dealers, high-level drug dealers, are not biochipped. We don't know that. But now he wants to release 70,000 felons from federal prison without any real change in the way we sentence. It's just crazy. He literally wants to destabilize this nation. I think Barack Obama may be a triple agent. Seriously. Wouldn't doubt it. We're entitled to believe what we want. They may think he's working for Henry Kissinger. And they may think he's doing the bidding of the Marxists. But he's just being played by a bigger authority, somebody with lots of money from outside our country. I wouldn't doubt he's padded a huge amount of money, way beyond his income, in his Cayman Island accounts. And you know how I know he has a Cayman Island account? He talked about it with Mitt Romney in 2012. Are you getting weight? No. I'm looking good. Belt's loose. Shaved off about 5 pounds this past week. I think it's the dancing during the show. I do a little workout at the end of our show. I think the government is literally trying to just scramble everything so they can create the scenario that they're looking for to dump all their debt. They have created so much debt, borrowing $8 trillion under Obama, that they don't have any other way to get rid of it other than to start a war or create the turmoil in America that would justify a downturned economy. Then they could claim that it's just the economy's stupid. The old statement. I never liked that statement. The economy's stupid. Do I think I'm going to win the presidency? At this point, it doesn't look like I'm even going to be heard by anybody. Yeah, except everyone around the world. But America has a trap on the media. It's like a snake. The media is like a snake. It's sitting in its hole. No one can get to it. Anybody who dislikes me and comes in craps all over the room with chat, I just purge them. Just bear in mind, I do this quickly too. It's a necessary reality that I use tools to my disposal to stop the hatred. What's your thoughts on the missing Egypt Air Flight 804? Well, one of the things I want to do is find out if the flight data recorder has the same QSR-11 chip that is vulnerable to hijackings from remote locations. So I need to get the NTSB on the phone in 2017 when I become president. And I need to get that information. If all these planes are being run with QSR-11 chips that are completely hackable from outside, then we don't know where the heck those planes are arriving or landing. This plane could have landed at Diego Garcia like MH370 allegedly did. But the government won't talk about that. We can't even get this story out in the mainstream media that these chips are hackable like your cars. Any car made after 2005 is hackable. You didn't know that? Hackers even talk about it, how they can make engines explode. They meet in conferences in Vegas and talk about it. Hi.
Hi. I came in to give you a break.
Oh, thank you. I'm not going to make anybody pay, Sniper One. I don't want to have any personal mandates or individual mandates on any of you. I don't want anyone to be forced to disarm, unless, of course, you're a violent Islamic jihadist. Thanks for that info. TRO69 regarding your ISP. Thank you.
You want me to put that?
I'm just going to Google and put it in blog notes. We oftentimes get little things like guest 192 just put in our show. Yeah, we add them to blog notes sometimes because they are that good. Yeah. Backdoor found in the Linksys Netgear routers, everybody. Yeah, that Google just brought up backdoor found in Linksys Netgear routers, and we'll take it to a website and we'll look into it. But I also add information like that to our blog notes because we keep a record of our show. And sometimes people reveal interesting things when they're anonymous guests that could be valuable to national security sometime in the future, if and when I become president.
Evangelist abnormal? I don't know.
Look at Sniper. You can say whatever you want. Don't just come in here and rag on our party, okay? That's all I'm asking. A lot of you people are just trying to rag on our party thinking they're going to stop us. We've been here 7 years. We're not going anywhere. Okay, Sarah's going to take over for a bit. I'm going to go do some things. I'll be back. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in.
Okay. I don't have a helmet John Connor legend. I don't know what you're talking about. I guess so. Oh, you're asking Sniper if he has a chin strap on his helmet. Okay. I'm going to teach you how to spell the word special. Antique. Thank you. There you go. Well, isn't that special? Yes. All right. Your teacher said you were special. That's special. Okay, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Chart. That's funny, Scissor Fight. I don't know any Olivia Newton-John songs. Thank you. I just, yeah, I like it like this too. All I did was I put it kind of in a curl up to my head, and I wore it up most of the day, and then I guess when I undid that, it curled out. I have more tolerance for the people that can't spell. Yeah, I mean, I don't rag on everybody that doesn't capitalize and doesn't include apostrophes or anything like that, so. Aw, okay. Sounds good, Antique. For the weekend or for good? Did you pick up somebody when you dropped her off for the weekend? Did you pick somebody else up to spend the weekend with you? Like children? Oh, okay. All right. I mean, oh, you're alone for the weekend. Can we talk about alien conspiracies tonight? Sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh well. Well, that's okay. Sometimes it's good to have some me time. Xanadu is Olivia Newton-John. I don't know that one at all. So there's an alien conspiracy out there, belief or whatever, that there's this little 6-inch person, little 6-inch alien, no bigger than the size of my hand. Malton says there are no aliens. Oh well, I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little young, or I was just running with the wrong crowd that I didn't listen to Xanadu. I don't know. I could be just a weird generation or something. Did you used to watch X-Files, John Connor legend? Well, have you seen, what is that guy? There's one guy that wants, oh, the truth revealed about aliens or something like that. Hi, Walton. Yeah, I like Hall & Oates. I also I'm kind of like a modern 90s music, 1990s. Oh, it was called Stay Away from My Male Genitalia Part. Plural. I do like Ace of Base, actually. Why couldn't aliens be fallen angels? Or sometimes people are fallen angels. Why can't you have both? There could be a spiritual world. I believe that. I saw the sign. And it opened up my eyes, and I am something about living without you. Do, 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 do. You're 78 and a half and you've seen it all. Your last alien was named Habib. Okay. Well, John Legend, let's not call Walton names. He didn't call you any names. Is that one of your pictures, Chase? Hi, how are you? That's kind of scary, that cat picture. All right. Okay, sorry. I didn't know it was a video about police brutality. Thank you. Maybe David will play it for you. I mean, yeah, sorry. And you can definitely. Yes, I did say I'm sorry. Here. There you go. For you, Mad Dog. All right. Thanks. I don't find genitalia fun or funny or any of that. It's just more of a clinical, serious thing to me unless I'm with someone that I love, David, or something like that. All right, thanks, John Connor. Yes, I agree with that, Abnormal. I think private parts are private. Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna let all of them, oh, all of them continue to talk. Well, at least that will keep you busy all weekend, Antique. Hopefully, no one will hack your phone. I do believe in what are the Inca lines? Is that what they're called? But I think those Inca lines maybe. No, maybe they're the Aztec. Yeah. Have you guys seen these? Never works for me. There we go. Here's the bird. Here's like a monkey. These are called Nazca lines. Thank you. Sorry, but some of these lines, I mean, they have to be photographed from way up in from an airplane practically because they're so huge. They're huge lines. They're in the middle of this desert, and this desert has like dark coloring on top. And then when they reveal things, it'll reveal these lines, and some of these lines like go on for miles and miles and miles. And some people used to think like they're some people still think they were like landing pads for aliens or some kind of the Nazca lines, some kind of uh worship of gods or something like that. Well, recently there was somebody that did some studies on the Nazca lines, and the ones that go on for a long time, or at least where they cross, they found were actually areas of water, because they were obviously in the desert. So it was ways for these ancient people to be able to find water, like underground waterways, because otherwise it's like these dunes that go on and on forever. Anyway,
Okay.
those Nazca lines, they're pretty interesting. I think those are way cooler than the crop circles. I think the crop circles are pretty cool. And
Yeah.
for a while I thought, well, I just don't know if humans are intelligent enough to make it. But, I do believe there are some humans intelligent enough to make crop circles.
And these etchings of the ground could have been made from people, human walking across areas and literally digging and etching into the ground. There's such rudimentary pictures that it seems like it's like a cartoon almost. You're looking at cartoonish. If this is an alien visitation, or is this some people that thought it was kind of fun to draw funny hands in the sand over long distances? I mean, people didn't have a lot of things to do back in that day and age. They really had nothing to do with their life. They weren't
Maybe.
playing Xbox
Especially
360.
in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, that's what they did. Is they took pieces of hard rock and scraped on the ground, and then.
Well, actually, you can just, that desert, it's like there's some dirt on top, like dark on top of it, but it's all desert. It's like dunes.
Right.
And literally, if you just drag your foot through it, you can make a line.
There you go. So they were just using their old foot bone, digging a hole.
Or maybe they were dragging along a bucket until they found water.
The one thing that does kind of raise the question of, are there aliens out there, is this existence of the Black Knight satellite. That's the one little thing in my mind that makes me think that there is an alien species that is advanced and could very well have visited this Earth. And I'm referring to the Black Knight satellite because it is essentially was never put in the air by human that we know of. Unless Jules Verne was launching satellites, then we didn't know about it.
Satellite in the sky.
Let me take a look at the Black Knight satellite here.
Well, David would legalize marijuana on a national level. He would focus on water, food, housing,
All the essentials,
healthcare.
basically the essentials have to be fixed first. We're dealing with the healthcare crisis. Really is about overcharging and people wanting to work for more and more money. There's a tremendous need to get into the industry. You see illegal aliens all the time trying to become nurses. It's happening. This is a constant thing. We're going to let that just go on and on with the two parties as it continues. Obamacare is literally draining everybody of their capital. A stay at the hospital could cost you $15,000 a day in America today. And that's an average.
What's your position on foreign oil?
I support the importation process that we have. The relationship we have with Saudi Arabia, I think, is very good, healthy. It's always been good for us. It's been good for them. So we'll continue that relationship, unlike Trump, who is turning a blind eye to that. And even Saudi Arabia has said that they don't want to even sell us oil if Trump were to be elected. So that's concerning me. But the fact is, we need to get more energy independence. We already have. Last year and the year before, we had record numbers of oil production coming out of a country. But now, with the price of oil down, it's stabilizing. And even the Bakken oil fields in North Dakota are kind of shutting down now. There's a big exodus of people out of North Dakota back into the other cities around there. So we clearly have to keep moving toward non-reliance on foreign oil and energy independence. And so I'm really kind of inspired. What happened the other day is I believe there was an entire nation claimed it was completely running on renewable energy. Was it Portugal? I think it was. A nation just announced that it could run totally on renewable energy. Some of those small European nations can do that, like the Netherlands and Finland. But we definitely have to have a complete mix of carbon and non-carbon related fuels. But I'd like to lean toward non-carbon use, and I really think that we're being polluted. All of us are. Whether it's the muffler driving next to us in the freeway, or just in general. So I'm not a guy who supports cap and trade or any of these democratic carbon point legislation solutions. I believe in a thing called innovation. And I believe we're going to be able to actually filter the air we breathe in our cars. And I'd like to see the government spearhead a plan to create filters, government issued filters that we sell and give you guys initially. If there is a problem in a city, we would give you the initial filter packs. You'd have to buy the unit, but we would start recycling those filter packs, and you'd be able to, zip them in a letter and put them in the USPS, and it would go fly into the government. We just process dirty filter packs. So we will be able to clean your point of use filtrated air and make sure we clean water at your house if you're in one of those areas that's affected by underground gases, like with the fracking going on. So imagine a government that supplies you with good quality equipment that you can get fresh water and fresh air. That's what I'm thinking about. That's what I want to spearhead in this country. We don't need the oil independence. No, you're right, Walton. But hey, bottom line is, let's keep the flow going. Let's not shoot ourselves in the foot. A vote for Trump is shooting ourselves in the foot. It is stepping on 18% of our oil importation coming from Saudi Arabia. We wouldn't be seeing prices as low as $2 a gallon in this country, and we're playing close to $3 a gallon now in our area. But we wouldn't see prices this low for so long if Saudi Arabia hadn't come to our assistance in the past four to 7 years, if not longer. So clearly we're defending a good relationship. We don't want to let a president presidential candidate, I should say, like Trump, ruin a good relationship and low-cost fuel. I mean, it'd be foolish. And it concerns me that he is an establishment character, and he literally is bending over backwards to meet Kissinger and AIPAC. I would think a lot of you people who are supporters of Trump are reeling. We got a call just the other night from one of our older supporters way back in the day, from Chicago. And he said that he couldn't believe that Trump was talking to Kissinger. And he was going for Trump, and he called me back out of the blue. Now, we've had bad words between the two of us over the past few years, but he calls me out of the blue, and he's, nice of him to touch base and tell me how he felt. A lot of Trump supporters are dropping off like flies. They just cannot possibly expect that. What is the question, Sniper One? Henry, I'm not... Kim Basinger, yeah. She's getting old, though, I'm to touch base with everybody, yeah. Yeah, I can't believe Kissinger is still alive. What is he, 92? I'm saying Trump is friends with Hillary. It's an old boys network. They're trying to pull the wool over the American people's eyes with a two-party system. It's really the one-party system. We would have called ourselves the second party. But America's third party really kind of shows every American that we've got something different. And this has been long coming. We've been waiting 50 to 100 years. You could trace the roots of the third party back right around the year after the Act of 1871 was issued. 1872, the first third party president was born. He put himself out there. The Act of 1871 was the first step that the elitists took to turn our country into a corporation. We became the United States Corporation. And many people don't know this, but it's in the record. The United States of America is a different legal entity than the United States Corporation. So we've got a lot to work with here. Getting rid of the Fed, ending the Fed, would be a big step in the right direction to get this country back to fiscal solvency. We also have gold from Germany and China, or rather Japan, because Japan seized China's gold. We have all of that gold in our possession theoretically, but it's in the World Bank, and the Fed is in charge of it. So we've got a problem. We've got a lot of corrupt people in a privately held corporation called the Fed that are veritably sitting on America's gold mine that could easily pay back our $19 trillion debt, and even give us twice that much, if not more. So there's a good possibility we could get out of debt and have extra gold if we could just get that gold. So this is a huge internal change within the government, where we recognize that the Fed is no longer a valuable entity, and we will phase it out slowly, and we'll be up front with everything. Everything will be above board. And we will transition to an infrastructure bank produced and directed by the Treasury. And I will oversee that as President of the United States. And anyone who is President of the United States would have eyes on the books. Because right now we don't have an auditor. The American people do not have an auditor. And Sarah and I could easily audit this budget. We do so on a fairly often basis. We actually look at the monthly Treasury report. But just some keen minds directed at this problem, and we'll begin to sort it out. But it is clearly hidden. And they want to keep the two-party scrim up so that you all believe that you've got freedom and democracy. Hey, you got a lot there. Your hair looks great tonight. Thank you.
Thanks. So,
Take a break, yeah. All right, you were awesome. Thank you. She comes in and gives me these breaks. They really help out. So that's the Black Knight satellite that's still sitting out there. It's 5 miles by 1 mile in size. And we don't know what it is. Yeah, Sarah's wonderful. She's very kind to do this. Whatever. I have Native American heritage in my background. Yeah, I'm a very lucky man, yeah. Well, this is why I'm going to ban you from the show. Later. God. I think I gave him every possible chance to rectify his behavior, but he just wouldn't. He kept calling me names. Well, let's talk about the death of all the Apaches that died at the hands of the Comanche. Let us speak of how the Sioux and the Arapaho fought for many, many decades. Let us talk about the cannibals and the Comanches that actually ate their opponents' heads and dined from their brain. Mankind has been killing off mankind in all different directions. It's not just an ethnic or racial divide that forces people to commit acts of war and murder. It is simply a lack of supplies. Humankind fight over limited resources. Our world is not suffering from limited resources, despite what the elitists would like you to think. Quite the opposite. We have extreme resources available. In fact, we produce twice as much food as we need. And if we distribute it properly with airdrops around the world, if people had any real serious need, we could spread it out. Old supplies could be dropped on areas like Mogadishu in a form of an airdrop. And it would be hardly any cost to this country at all, just to cycle some of our old material out of our warehouses. But we don't even have a grain reserve in this country. I'm serious. How many of you people have a collection of food in your basement? And you don't have to name names, but do you people have supplies? Let's hear from you. Let's be clear. You have a fishing pole? So you haven't even stocked up on sardines in your closet? Can of ravioli, that's it. Oh man, you do? Good. You're one of the smart, one of the prepared. Thank you. Well, yeah, if you're backing up your food with your gold and your gold with your lead, I suppose you are pretty much prepared for the zombie apocalypse. There it is. So, FEMA check-in point coming near you. Courtesy of Hillary and Donald. They don't even acknowledge that they have 804 FEMA camps in the country. They won't come clean on anything. They won't even talk about the possibility that 9/11 was an inside job. Oh, but Hillary wants to talk about aliens. You like my bag out video? Cool. Glad you like it. Right on. So these bad people that want to do this, they have a plan. And they've been doing this for centuries. They basically take countries down doing it. They control the most powerful position in the United States, and that controls the world. And they think they've got that under their thumb. They don't think anything can happen in their plan. Nothing can stand in the way of their Illuminati plan to control us. Well, I got used for those people. The American people are fully aware of their plan, and we're not going to sit around and stand on our rest on our laurels. We're going to fight the Illuminati takeover of our nation. We're going to do it legally through political means, and we haven't failed yet. And I'm not sure what this is. There'll be people that will be kicked out of our government because they will fail a lie detector test. Black Knight debunked. Let's see what this article says. Okay, here we go. There are hundreds of satellites that orbit around our planet every day. Since the days of Sputnik, humans have been sending up satellites because they offer us a number of advantages. Television, internet, many forms of modern communication happen because of satellites. There is one satellite, however, called the Black Knight that some believe is different than the rest in its polar orbit. And it has been there for 13,000 years. There's only one answer for this: aliens. They're not saying it could be aliens, but it's aliens. It's also a theory that has been thoroughly debunked already. Okay, why is the satellite believed to exist? In February 54, the U.S. Air Force released a report that they had detected two objects in orbit that had very erratic movement. At the time, thank you, no satellites had been put into orbit by humanity. Okay. All right, I'm reading this. This was all according to aviation major and a UFO researcher, and his interview was published in 2 American newspapers. This was followed up 6 years later with the U.S. Navy reporting that they were tracking the orbit of an erratic satellite. As for the Air Force story, it can neither be proven nor eliminated as false. The statements are of one man. The U.S. Navy story, however, was later proven to be fragments of a discovery or discoverer satellite that had been recently launched. This is a story. Okay, so we'll feature this later tonight.
We track spies.
So we'll talk about this in our video show tonight. Cool, thank you. Happy birthday, DT. Is it your birthday already? This is the second birthday we spent together. Oh, it's not till tomorrow? Okay. Well, we'll do that tomorrow then. You know, I don't believe talking about other people in the chat room helps that person. Didn't criminal charges get filed against that person anyway? And you're still putting your faith in him? What the hell? So you want to support a criminal? Wow. Yeah, party. So other things to consider. We talked about the what is this? Hang on. That's Scott Whalen. That was the Scott Whalen version of Break On Through to the Other Side before he died. One of the best impersonations of Jim Morrison I've ever seen. Hey, welcome to Friday, Freedom Friday, everybody. Yeah, this is it. I love that song too. I love it too, yeah. Oh, you're a leap year kind of guy, Rex? Wow, I didn't know that. Or are you a guy, Rex? We don't really know what you are. Rex may be the first non-sexual person here. New robot B may soon buy a spy's secret weapon. Ooh. New robot. B. May soon be a spy's secret weapon. Okay. Looks like a good story. High CPU usage detected. Okay, thank you for sharing. Whoa, it's smaller than a quarter. And more powerful than a locomotive. It's super drone. People fear robots are becoming too human, but in reality, robots are becoming a little more bug-like every day. A team of Harvard University researchers proved this axiom when they found the solution to extending tiny robot flight is by mimicking the way small bugs alight on walls and ceilings. The applications for such a robot are wide-ranging, from small spying devices that can conduct surveillance missions with suspended from a ceiling to research drones that can allow scientists to take measurements where no other sensors can physically go. This robot can perform soft tissue surgery better than a human. And I bet it can wipe my ass. What about robotic toilet paper that can fly up and magically sweep over my butt cheeks? I mean, what are they going to do with all this stuff, really? Who cares about this? It's almost like cybernetics has got a mind of its own, and if we don't get a handle on this with some sort of democratization in our nation, you can imagine where it's going. It's not pretty. You will be breaking on through to the other side with Scott Whalen. Yeah. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the light on fire. Okay, so let's talk about other things, sort of robots and rock and roll. It's Freedom Friday. We can talk about whatever you want. Do you ever sleep? I do sleep. My computer goes into mainframe rest mode during the evening when I go through defragmentation and error checking. That is when my brain recharges and I move forward the next day. Did you ever wonder if you were a robot or a computer? I haven't. I'm a real human. Well, we've got a lot of things to talk about. You finished the week? You're ready to go out and do some fast food dining? Is it just me, or am I the only person on earth that really likes the fish sandwich at McDonald's? Am I the last person on earth who just happens to like that? I mean, I don't know what it is. Friday, it was always a creation for Catholics to go out to McDonald's on Friday and eat that fish sandwich. Well, they're so good. Do you like, Benji, do you like the taste of fish sticks from the Atlantic Ocean? Dave, how would you stop war? Well, one of the things I want to do is help create I know, I guess I was baptized Catholic. I just love the smell of fish sticks. I don't know what they do, but I microwave them just to smell them. It's great. And then I eat them with tartar sauce. Yeah, well, what we're going to do is create a concept called water equals food equals prosperity equals peace. And tomorrow we do our anti-war rally. We talk about this. I might as well get this ready to go. And the concept is pretty simple. We're not trying to, pitch you some ridiculous concept that would be impossible to implement. But when you think about it, if people are fed, they're happy, they're not going to hate each other. So the simple concept is just to piece this together into a... Let me go with white on the back. Let me go with all white. Punch it. Yeah, water equals food equals prosperity equals peace. That's the concept, and it really will lend itself to world peace. We really have a fresh water problem, and like I said earlier with the Ocean Pipeline Project, we need to generate fresh water more and more. We really don't ever have an overabundance of water. We really will always have a scarcity, humankind. So if we just focus on fresh water, the food will come. It will. It's a natural process. Just bring water to earth and bring in bacteria, you get fertilizer, and pretty soon you got food. Seeds will grow. So we really are battling against time at this point to create fresh water. So what's happening is the elitists are actually systematically trying to create a drought in California, well, you can have sex all you want, man. I mean, it's almost irrelevant if you have no testosterone. I mean, whatever. So we came up with a lot of different ideas, like the Biodome program. And we started thinking of ways in which we could grow things inside a biodome for portable use for everybody.
Welcome to the Biodome Project, a life-casting experiment in design, innovation, and environmental renewable solutions.
Pretty cool, huh? So you'll be able to actually grow food for your family in biodomes that'll be constructed next to the seawater pipeline. And when we create these expansions of our communities, we'll be building up a lifeline for humanity, really. So that in any weather condition, the seawater pipeline continues to evaporate and condense fresh water through the natural passive desalination process. Hallelujah. 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 So finally, solutions to get stability for farmers. But the elitists, they don't want this. They want California to melt down and turn into a massive drought. So it's very spooky, isn't it? And this ocean pipeline is a solution that I put together. That'll feed 4 families enough fresh water to grow food and to wash themselves, as well as the bathroom will be a saltwater flushable system. And all of these units can live and exist right next to the ocean side. So there's so much seawater, we've got to guarantee that this stuff can be done. So it's really a battle against resin shares. You know, our government is allowing Dow Chemical to create resin shares in a factory in Houston. And what I'm going to do is have Dow Chemical pitch me on a product that they can develop that will actually be purposeful, that won't be some resin share in the backyard that is going to stay forever and ever and ever for thousands of years, that no one's going to sit on. The lowly resin share that looks like crap after about 2 years. How many of those are they going to produce in Houston? They've got 2,000 people working in the plant, and they keep making these things. And everybody has them and throws them away. It's just like, so this is the kind of thing we're going to do. We're retrofitting companies like Dow to migrate to something that has purpose, that brings fresh water to Earth. You see what I'm talking about? Repurposing the bad guys. Same with Monsanto. Surely there's something they can be functional at besides killing off the planet and causing tumors in laboratory animals. Well, we're going to make modules like these. And the seawater module that we're talking about is very portable, and anybody can imagine all of these things in a row, long distances, and stacked or matrix of them in a large area near the water, near the ocean, that could constantly produce fresh water. We're going to have so much fresh water sitting around in lakes, we'll have to cover them. We'll have to have domes over the lakes of fresh water. That's how much fresh water we're going to have. So then humankind will say, yeah, we better have some kids just to use this fresh water and make more food. Yeah, instead of the depopulation plan of the elitists to get rid of humankind so that they can own everything among a few very fortunate families. See, we're really battling that group that controls our government right now. They literally want depopulation. So their plan is to, instead of do these kind of things and help the planet, their plan is to simply kill off the planet rapidly. It's called an ecosystem reset. And they're putting this plan together as we speak. And they're implementing it. They've already put this in place. They've got geoengineers around the world that are working together. People who have no idea what they're doing, or basically mad scientists gone awry. And we actually have pictures or video of them talking about how cheap it will be for them to implement this plan. Dumping chemicals on our head, killing off the ecosystem, creating a drought in California. Yeah. So it's up to you if your eyes are you could be open looking at the skies saying, wow, those are really great contrails. Wow, the condensation patterns are really kicking in today. Or you may realize you're being sprayed on like an insect. Thank you. Thanks for admiring my tie. So clearly we have a different plan than the two parties because we're looking at things in a very realistic way. Whereas they think that they can depopulate the earth and get rid of everybody and tax us into oblivion and kill us all off and charge us a leg and an arm for food, water, and health care. Yeah, they got their little candidates all picked out, ready to go. Yep, they know exactly what they're doing, these people. But we know that Trump has failed in so many different areas that he would be willing to be bought off. You know, a guy like him who's not solvent like I am, I don't have any debt whatsoever. He's living and swimming in debt. He lost Trump Airlines, Trump casinos, Trump marriages have failed, his mortgages failed, his universities failed. They're suing him about that coming up on November 8th. He's got to face a lawsuit. His vodka's gone down the hill. He lost a China connection, failed. He even lost some of his partners from Latin America because of what he said about Mexicans. And 4 bankruptcies. Let's not forget the corporate bankruptcies that have happened. So how is he a winner? Seriously. And 75% of the country doesn't trust either Hillary or Donald Trump right now. So yeah, we really need a third party, folks. I mean, I'd love to fill in the gap for these two weird, power-hungry people with good, solid solutions for the country. I don't think we're getting that from our government at all. So we're in a very difficult time. Either we go with a third party or we find out what happens when we do nothing. And we all know how that worked out with Bush and Obama for 7 years, going on 8. Okay, a Philadelphia homeowner shot a suspected burglar is now charged with murder. Are you serious? Did the guy break into his house and trap him? That's not right. Well, I say, Rex, you know, if you don't like the guy who I'm going to show you is speaking out, I'd like to say F him too, but honestly, his opinions are being respected by the people who are in charge of the country and in charge of what's happening above you in the air. I'm going to show you guys irrefutable proof that they are spraying chemicals in the air.
This video contains some of the most compelling footage yet captured of the ongoing atmospheric aerosol spraying assault. Countless people ask me how we can prove that jet aircraft are spraying in our skies. Here's the answer. Because we have up-close film footage of these jets spraying, turning on and off. Period. That's the end of any debate on the matter. In the effort to awaken others to the critical climate engineering issue, if they refuse to accept what they can see with their own eyes, there's nothing more you can do for them. Move on to others that are ready to face reality. The greatest lie ever perpetrated on populations around the planet is the fallacy that the lingering, expanding jet trails we see in our skies is just condensation. It is not. Film footage like this proves beyond any reasonable doubt that what we are seeing in our skies are sprayed aerosol dispersions that are part of the ongoing global climate engineering solar radiation management assault. These programs are decimating Earth's life support systems. They're nothing short of omnicide for planet Earth. They must be stopped. Videos like this are the most exceptional of tools in the battle to reach a critical mass of awareness regarding the climate engineering issue. We must all use every tool at our disposal. Every day counts. This is Dane Wigington for geoengineeringwatch.org.
Yeah, so that's worthy of looking at least. He did a good job with that. Yeah, so I think we're good there. But let me give you a little description of this problem. Yeah. Ooh, I found something I wanted to add to the show. Okay. Anne, I don't know what you said, but it wasn't probably supporting Trump. That's when I muted you. Yep. I only mute people that support Trump because we're basically dealing with kind of a clique, the Trump clique, as we call it. The Clinton-Trump family. It's a story of a man named Donald who decided to become rich and powerful. He hung around the Clintons and married a former naked model. It's a story of a guy who wants power because he's running out of options in business. After failing in every area, he's now looking for a job. Yeah, I don't need to work. I retired at the age of 50. So I don't have the materialistic greed that these people have. I don't need to have a huge industry of Clinton Initiative built around me so I can funnel money into it. I'm not greedy. Those people are. They're all about padding their pocket. They built their entire career on padding their pocket. So, yeah, you, the American people, have got to decide. Otherwise, we're all doomed, like Donkey D just said. Dave, we're all doomed. I know, man. I hear you. I hear you. I never had sexual relations with Hillary. Ever. I believe the chemtrails are really happening, yeah. We've got a guy, Scissorfight turned us on to this guy, Pacific Redwood. His call letters at YouTube is One Pacific Redwood. Every night he does a new video tracking weather patterns over California. And every night it's just mind-blowing. You see vectors where they're actually using electromagnetics from HAARP to control the weather patterns. Because what they're doing is they're seeding the clouds and all of the particles in the air with electromagnetically manipulatable elements like aluminum, strontium, selenium, silver iodide. They use the silver iodide to track water here in Washington. We get a lot of that here. So we become like a sponge sucking water out of the California area. And this guy tracks this whole thing every night. We do a show, like 8 minutes of listening to this boring guy talk, but he's completely focused and dedicated on looking at those weather patterns every day. And he does a great job. So if you want to join him on YouTube, you can. One Pacific Redwood. Yeah, my tested IQ of 185 is not something I want to make a big deal about. So could you not mention that tonight? Thanks. Oh, this is the kind of change they were going to put into your life. They didn't tell you, but this is the kind of change that we don't stand for. I will absolutely refuse to acknowledge surveillance for domestic use by drones. We will allow delivery vehicles, but any drone caught in surveillance, any commercial detective work done with surveillance drones will be illegal when I become president. We will not allow that. I will not sit back and watch this country turn into a mega police state or worse. It's like out of the movie Fahrenheit 451 or Brave New World. It's crazy. I am sincere. Thank you, Rex. No, there's there's a guy living in a trailer in Nevada who's got a 205 IQ. And he's a pack rat surrounded by magazines. How do you think I know that? I'm also remote viewing him right now. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. I'm a little bit more neat. My concept of life is to keep everything in order. I don't know his name. I'm only remote viewing him, okay? You're expecting a name? Do you believe these remote viewers? I don't think they're... Freedom Friday, everybody. This is what I used to do when I was a young man. When I was 18, I made a vow of poverty, and I lived on the beach in California for a couple years in my VW van. Not too different than this. Very similar, except it was all white. It was all white. Freedom Friday. Yeah. So yeah, simple things here at America's Third Party. Water, food, austerity. America's Third Party has a concept where we want to There we go. Okay, let's do this now. I'm going to make your vote recount. Because they have to recount the ballots when you write my name in. So, once we reach the threshold of 25,000 in any one state, they have to write my name in. They have to count the ballots. All right, there we go. Hey, how about this? Oh, that was sarcasm? Really? I didn't know that. Every light in your city has cameras in your city in Maine? Are you serious? Wow. Up in Maine, there's a camera watching everyone around. Up in Maine. Just start singing a song for the holidays. Up your Maine, there's a camera, and it's not a colonoscopy. Yeah. Well, I want to do viewers voting in real time too. I really do. If you'd like, let's do that. Yeah. I've got a site called Cool Rock. And I think I can I've got this thing called Cool Rock where you can go to and watch our show. And you can make polls. I've got a poll maker down here. So check out Cool Rock. It's actually got audio, video playing. Reminds me I have to fix that picture at the top. But it opens up. We've got our video playing from our show. You can X out of any one of the files on there. It's got music capability. And at the bottom is a poll generator. So let's take a look here. Here's your chat for Vaughn right there. This is InfoPig. Here's the Theremin. You can type in here. You can even set up a sequencer. You make your own music. We got a harp. You get the drift, right? Well, going down, I don't think Bob has this. Straw Poll is the best place to create instant real-time polls for free. Got it. Let's go there. Type your question here. What's the question? Do you support GMOs? Enter your poll option. Yes. I want to be poisoned. 2. No. I hate being poisoned. Enter 3. I don't care. Either way. And 4, I think we'll do I am brain dead and cannot read. Okay. Let's see what the poll looks like. You can move these boxes around too, by the way. No duplication checking or IP. Allowing multiple poll choices. I could have multiple poll choices. Require voters to solve reCAPTCHA. You want to do the reCAPTCHA? Anybody? Hello? I'm getting ready to link it up here. No? Yes? No CAPTCHA. Okay, let's just create the poll. Okay, where's the poll? There's the poll, guys. Got a little glitch there in the sound. So somewhere in there's a embed code. Let me get you the link. Hang on. There you go. Let's see if it works. There it is. Okay, go ahead. See what you got. We'll take a look at the results. So first question is, do you support GMOs? Yes, I want to be poisoned. No, I hate being poisoned. And 3, I don't care either way. And 4, I'm brain dead and cannot read. Hi, Sir Waffles. Yeah. See how easy it is to make a poll on Cool Rock? And listen to music too while you're at it. Oh, and by the way, you can get rid of all these sounds if you want. You can actually move this around. And if you don't like a box at Cool Rock, every one of these boxes, like I said, is completely movable. I'm using a brand new technology that has never been deployed on the internet. Again, another genius concept that was developed by a guy named Steve Rapiti. Brilliant man. All of these boxes can be moved around like this, and if you don't like them, you can X out of them. Isn't this cool? And if you hit refresh on the page at Cool Rock, it just pops right back into what it was. This is a really good story about each state, by the way. I put it on there for you to do background on every state. You can click your state and find out more about each state. Trivia. Pretty good stuff. Get rid of that background beat. There it is. And we get rid of that. See? We got a silent show. Everything X's out if you want it. And if you hit refresh, it comes right back. We've got even Scissor Fight's songs here. Every one of them is available of this selection to play. Listen to this. Isn't that cool? Well, all you have to do is X out of the ads, and they're gone. I haven't purchased the full plan yet. All right, enough of that. Thank you for at least giving me the time of day. Hey, check out this result. Let's see what we got. Okay, so far the Yes, I Want to Be Poisoned is definitely leading the I'm Brain Dead, but we're coming up with a close second on I'm Brain Dead. Very good. Okay, Dave, Dad Dance. Let's do it. Can't stop because we won't stop. Let me get some exercise. And while I'm watching this poll in real time, you guys keep polling in. Thanks for that idea to do what Bob's doing. Yeah, because I had this all set up. I just hadn't deployed it. Well, let's be clear. Let's be unclear. Oh, the birds are chirping here. It's so lovely. It feels like summer, even though it's still May. It's so lovely here. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a... You'd like to listen to a fireside chat from FDR?
But on the dreary day when FDR took the helm of government, France and England were nationalizing sick industries, Germany and Italy were racing toward military dictatorship, and America was still not ready to recognize a communized Russia. Capitalism had been weighed and found wanting not only in Ohio, but in much of the industrial West, when the 50-year-old aristocrat first took charge.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
The votes have stopped.
We can't
Okay.
stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're
Still
gonna
coming
dance
in.
all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Big Headed.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Good Party.
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
All right, wasn't that fun? Yeah. See, we got a little exercise too. You're nice and fit. Yeah, we got more people coming in, 70 votes. We're almost, people want to be poisoned. They're okay with it. So far, the people wanting to be poisoned are winning. Yes. Go for it, guys. Thank you so much. I've got genetics, yes. I do not have GMO genetics. No, I'm non-GMO. Mostly. Yeah, there's nothing genetically modified about me. I move like a spastic fifth grader. Well, at least I move. Some of you are just sitting on your lard ass all the time doing nothing. Is that what your mom says? Honey, why are you sitting on your lard ass doing nothing? You know I'm right. 77, the votes are coming in. Edith! I dig the fact that ladies dig the fact that I like to dance, but not in the way that most people dance. I'm an unusual dancer. You might say I'm creating a brand new trend. That's right. Not many people would go into the depths of creativity. I do a modern dance ensemble. It's called Dad Dance mixed with the 1970s Saturday Night Fever dance. It's a dad dance, Saturday Night Fever dance. I could do a little tap dance. Let me see if I can pull that off. I don't have a tap board, but I'll try to get a tap board and get my tap shoes on. I met a black guy one day. Well, I've met a few black guys in my life. But he walked up to, I was leaving a restaurant, and he walks right up to me, and like he blocks the door. He said, "Hey, wait a second, man. Y'all stiff inside your body. You got to loosen it up." And he starts doing this little thing in front of me. Like, I couldn't believe it. It's like, wow, man. Yeah, see, he said you got to get the whole body in there. I know. It's like, hey, you know, I guess black people dance different than I do. Okay, whatever. But I do avoid getting off the ground because white men can't jump. We're not allowed to. There's a law against white men jumping, so I've avoided that, you know, criminal offense. Monsanto, the acquisition of the Bayer Nazi origins. This is good news. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Dum dum dum. A lot of our programs in America directly are related to the Nazi era. The Nazis founded the Bayer Company. They want to be Satan-inspired Monsanto for 22 billion. It's a perfect match made in chemical hell. The Nazi creator Bayer, whose former chairperson Fritz Mayr served a prison sentence for committing crimes against humanity, they want to buy Monsanto for $42 billion. It's not enough that we've given all these free vaccination dollars to the Bayer company. Bayer made a lot of money. Barack Obama was single-handedly responsible for getting Bayer and GlaxoSmithKline $24 billion to create the swine flu vaccine. And they're using all that money to now buy Monsanto. Isn't that amazing? We've lost chat. Yeah, we're literally being hosed, whether they're sticking needles into us or they're just dumping all their money into vaccines that'll end up causing tumors in laboratory animals, not to mention what's happening to your family. That's unbelievable. We are being censored right now, folks, because we're talking about some sensitive issues. That's right. You see it right in front of you. The censorship kicked in as soon as I started talking about the Nazis. I'm back up. Okay, good. There's no joke that we have a Department of Homeland Security, which is exactly what Hitler had. This department, which draws nearly $60 billion in U.S. tax dollars for what, we don't know, is exactly what Hitler had in Germany. We are spending into that every single year. A great expense, and it's an unnecessary expense because it doesn't really do a lot. We've got agencies that do a duplicate work that DHS does. I know, tell me about it. Hey, we're back up again. Hey, Evil Entity has a link. A baby goat trying to jump will instantly brighten your day. That would be special. Let's have a day. A pygmy goat copies hopping. Let's take a look. That's a feel-good story. Thank you so much, Evil Entity. So kind of you to do that, Poressa. I guess he's jealous. It's jumping. That's so special. Doesn't that make you laugh? Oh, it's a baby goat. Makes you just want to go out buy farm animals. Bah. Oh my gosh, we did the whole show up to this moment without cowbell. Hey, thank you. They are dentures. They're press-on veneers. And I wear them to show people who have no teeth at all that there's hope for you people. Yes. You could have Mountain Dew-itis, have your whole mouth rotting out because you've been living on Mountain Dew all your life, watching the TV show and the internet. And now you're watching me and I'm helping you out here. You won't ever have teeth back, but you could get press-on veneers and look like me. Okay, so we need to get cowbell in here ASAP. I'm having a cowbell come-down reaction. Are you feeling the pain? The cowbell pain. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you more cowbell. America's Third Party, providers of 100% pure cowbell for at least 2 months now. Proud sponsors of the The non-monetized cowbell sound. High school student 15 is caught on Snapchat having sex with 25 boys in a campus bathroom. Do I really want to? I gotta purge this. You really want to go there? That sounds like a horror story. Another image from Antique. Okay. She's 15. She's caught having sex with 25 boys. She allegedly told the principal that she had sex with a number of boys. 25 boys went in and out of the bathroom. Few pupils claim the students locked themselves into the bathroom. A fellow pupils say a cell phone has been confiscated amid reports of recording the acts. And students at the Florida school say it was circulated on Snapchat. Okay, inquiring minds need to know. Let's find out what happened at South Fort Myers High School, folks. What's the world coming to?
Think would happen when you send your child to school.
That's an understatement. A sex scandal at a Southwest Florida high school tonight. Deputies are investigating reports of multiple teenagers having sex in a school bathroom during the school day. Girl told deputies it happened at South Fort Myers High on Wednesday morning. I'm Jeff Butera.
I'm Krista Fogelsong.
We interrupt this broadcast for more cowbell. We'll be back to the news story in just a second so that we can recover from that excitement we had for our Friday night. The most dangerous weapon? Really? What, the truth? What do you got there? You got a link you want me to link at? The Free Thought Project has something. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. Check this out.
It's been Washington's biggest mystery since Watergate. What kind of dog will the Obamas choose? Our resident veterinarian, Dr.
We have to pass the bill so that you can find out what is in it.
And look, this is one time. Forget the conspiracy. Listen to our government agencies. These guys are telling the truth. You know, there's no conspiracy here, folks. Just get your damn vaccine.
All right. Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Mercury-containing vaccines may help, not harm kids, according to 2 new studies in the journal Pediatrics. There have been widespread concerns that mercury-based preservatives in vaccines might impair the neurological development of children. These new studies suggest that the opposite, that the preservatives may actually be associated with improved behavior and mental performance. I think people should be careful what they wish for on China. You know, if China were to revalue its currency, or China is to start making, say, toys that don't have lead in them or food that isn't poisonous, their costs of production are going to go up. And that means prices at Walmart here in the United States are going to go up too. So I would say China is our greatest friend right now. They're keeping prices low and they're keeping prices for...
Today, 6 corporations control all major media in the United States, including the principal television networks. These 6 corporate entities, in turn, control the information being broadcast on a daily basis. The average American adult watches more than 4 hours of television each day. The constant flow of entertainment, news, and information that is consumed by the American public shapes their perception of the reality in which they live. By controlling the dissemination of information, broadcasters and their corporate heads are able to control the masses. The constant, carefully shaped messages on television guide the public to predetermined conclusions. Therefore, TV has become a weapon of mass persuasion. In order to take back our minds and our lives, we must first unplug the signal. Turn off your televisions. Cancel your cable and satellite subscriptions. Seek alternative news sources. Spend time with your family and connect with your neighbors and local community. Discuss and learn. Allow new information to challenge your thoughts and opinions. When we unplug the signal, we begin to realize that the world matrix that surrounds us is false. Many things we once thought of as true are lies. Never let us forget the truth will not be televised.
I like that. The truth will not be televised. Amazing. Obama is going to release 70,000 felons from federal prison without any sentencing reform legislation whatsoever. So expect your cities to get a little rougher in the near future. We've got the most horrible president on earth, so it doesn't surprise me that he's doing these things. Isn't that relaxing? That's why people requested it. Obama's new federal transgender rules require kids and teachers to speak in a new government-approved dialect. I know, I couldn't believe that, Ann. It's crazy. He's pushing his Marxist agenda on all of us. I'm so glad I'm not a Marxist. You know? I do see mod requests. Yeah, I would make you a mod, but I'd have to make everybody else a mod too. It'd take me hours to mod everybody. We used to run with all mods. When people came in, we'd mod them. Everybody in the show was a mod. It was very funny, actually. Mod me, mod me, mod me, no mod me. All right, so we are clearly preparing for the worst possible scenario tonight. I don't normally talk about FEMA camps, but there are 804 of them in the United States, and some of our military installations have been converted over to them. In Washington State, we've got Fort Lewis, which is a FEMA camp facility / quarantine zone, whatever. And when you look for FEMA camps now on Google, it doesn't really pop up like it did back in 2008. It does, however, show you the picture, thanks to all the people that have put out images of FEMA camps. Yeah, that's right, mods. There's a lot of different things when you Google things like this, and when you find one in particular like this one, sometimes they're active and sometimes they're just a static picture. But occasionally they put these things out where you can actually click on the links and they open up different pages. This one opens up a site. The camps have been built and they're being staffed. The FEMA camps have literally been growing for many years. They've been taking all the internment camps from World War II and retrofitting them. Thanks, but we don't care about Mark or Scruffy. I mean, you don't need to worry about that. Thanks. We don't believe you should support other people here. We're just going to hang out and talk about legalization in just a few minutes if you want to hang.
So, here's the deal. The camps have been built. Now they're being staffed.
Now, you can listen to fearmongers like Alex Jones, or you just look at the evidence at hand and realize that, yes, they do exist, and yes, our country has a plan. The question is, does it have a plan to incarcerate everybody? Well, why would they even have FEMA camps when you think about it? I mean, if I were Alex Jones, I'd be saying right now,
you're going to have to do something. You're going to be on the red list or the blue list, and we're all going to be hauled away to the FEMA camps. That's going to happen. There's nothing we can do about it.
I'd be lying, because there is something you can do about it. You can build this third party. Now, I promised to get rid of all of the fencing around the FEMA camps in the north and the Midwest and the west and the east, leaving only the southern FEMA camps positioned to deal with a potential population surge from South America. That's it. And we're going to take the fencing off of the FEMA camps in the northern area. And it provides a tremendous amount of fencing that I'm going to use to build the fence that I was talking about in 2008 and still am talking about along the southern border. Now, this is my idea. It's not Trump's. So don't listen to the Trumpster. He's just borrowing everything he can from our site. Everything he can. He doesn't have any original thoughts of his own except IDing Muslims and setting up deportation forces. That was him thinking. But yeah, this is a 1,000-mile fence that we're putting together that will be made from all of these FEMA camps here. The fencing will be rolled up, put on the back of 18-wheelers, and brought to the southern border. All these FEMA camps will be used. So there won't be any fencing around FEMA camps in the northern sector. Period. Comprendo mundo? Gotcha. Well, let's be clear. So that's what I'm hoping to see happen, which makes total sense. It's a like a win-win. We don't need FEMA camps. We don't need check-in points. None of that stuff. Okay? Yes. Well, I've got my own hair, thankfully. And it's really my hair too. I get to pull on it, and you can't say it's not mine. Well, let's be clear. It's not a hairpiece. It's my hair. Ding, 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 ding. You couldn't pull that with a hairpiece. It'd be like whoop. Be lifting off. It'd be like the magic carpet ride. Woo! I think I've got a Donald Trump image that looks just like that, actually. Well, thank you, chat room celebrity. We've officially got your endorsement. Good. Thank you. So I don't want a police state. I don't want cybernetics taking over our world. I don't want drones over our head with surveillance. I don't want this. Okay? They do. The elitists want this. They want to replace human beings. They don't give a crap about human beings. They made all the money off humans. Now they can get rid of us and throw us in the garbage. That's why they're willing to let us all die of GMO poisoning. You're thinking this is a state-of-the-art hairpiece. Salty Dog, you're so funny. Salty Dog is hoping to get a hairpiece. I don't need a hairpiece, man. Just live naturally. You know what I do, Salty Dog? To help my hair? I take a vitamin pill. A multivitamin pill every 2 days. I don't bother with it every day. I take kind of a really strong one, but it's a really good multivitamin pill. It's helped a lot. I know that hair vitality, it can be improved. Just like the earth can be improved. We don't need to turn it into a crap hole and dump chemicals everywhere like the elitists are doing. Well, let's be clear. Body cameras show man fatally tasered while handcuffed. This is a live leak show, so let's take a look.
Engine ramp on the southbound side. I'll notify my responders. Thank you, sir. Great. 49 block traffic right. Yeah, I got you. 49, 137, everybody, he's in the back seat of the vehicle.
Her son was acting erratic, possibly under synthetic marijuana. She called this in, the mother did. Can you imagine the guilt she must feel? Deputies responded and they wore body cameras, captured the scene. Look at this young man who's kind of freaking out. He wasn't even holding a firearm. What was he doing?
Now! Sit your ass up! Okay.
He's alive here.
What's the problem, buddy? He's out of his mind. That's a good way to get shot right there. I tell you right now, you grab my taser again, it's going to be on. Okay, you don't want to go with you guys. I don't want to go with you. I promise you, I'll go with you. The hollers. The helicopter over here. Y'all gonna need to go somewhere.
No, you're not gonna shoot him. You hear me?
Do you understand this is for our protection? Right now, he is being combative. He tried to take my taser away from me, man. Oh, good. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Hey, stop fighting! Hey, get us! Hey, get us some damn help up here. Our radio can't get out.
I'll take it, please.
He's got my taser. He's got my taser. Stop fighting! Let go of my taser! Let go of my taser! Okay, I can't do my lung. Okay, I quit. I quit. Okay.
They hit him again.
I can't get him out. Okay.
They hit him again.
Why is our damn radio not getting out? Where do you need it? On that side, this side? What do you need? This side. Okay. What do you need to do? Come in here. Let me see. Oh, shit, damn it. Hey, bud. Calm down.
This is really horrible.
Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead.
They're doing it again.
Stop fighting! Stop fighting!
You know, I've seen enough. I don't want to. This is turning into a snuff film. Whoa. Boy, these guys need to be re-educated or shut out of the cop force. They need to be arrested for murder on this guy. One taser should be the absolute maximum they can use. Their unit shouldn't even be allowed to release more than one taser, and they should only have one taser per cop car. Yeah, I don't want to see the guy killed. I've seen enough. I know he's going to be killed. The cop should never use lethal force in this situation. He didn't even have a weapon. His mom, this is what happened. I'm almost positive. His mom was like, honey, why don't you just calm down? I'm not really that angry, Mom. Well, honey, please just stop talking this kind of crazy talk, honey. I'm not saying anything crazy, Mom. I'm serious. Well, honey, if you don't stop, I'm going to call 911. And he's like, you can't do that. Well, I'm going to do it. And she calls 911 and they pull over. She was smart enough to pull over and then obviously bring the cops in, killed her son. Do you imagine the guilt she must feel now? Can you imagine what she's going through here? Do any of you have any like remote sense of empathy left, or have you all been burned out? I guess we got to go back to the poll. Let's see where it's at. $102 votes. You all want to get poisoned. Okay. Out of 102 people, nobody hates being poisoned. Hardly anybody. Look at the complexion of our show right now. Hardly anybody worries about being poisoned. And yes, everyone wants to, and then there's a strong amount of people that know that they can't read and are brain dead. Wow. Wow, we got a lot of work to do here. I'm glad I started early. You're right. 871 says, I think if I got tased, I would resist too. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's a natural response to fight back if you're tased. Calm down. Well, you can't calm down. You just got hit with 10,000 volts of electricity. Hello? That'll get your slobbering baby back going. Yeah. You want to act like a baby again? Take 10,000 volts. There. Huh? How you like that, huh? How did they read the poll? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They answered the last thing on the list because they couldn't read it. But apparently a lot of you don't care about GMOs. You're going to just roll the dice and hope that you don't turn into a laboratory animal. That's fine. Wow. Glyphosate testing in Portugal detects highest levels recorded in people with no professional exposure. People just eating the food that we eat, folk. This isn't people delivering glyphosate. This is people just eating food. Well, let's be clear. Glyphosate is a Roundup-ready product. God, we got a government run by people who could care less. Hillary doesn't care about GMOs. She just assumed we all die, obviously. When a study shows conclusively that laboratory animals eating GMO crops create tumors in their body, I mean, that's definitive research. It's now coming back. They're going to be publishing it again soon. It was scrubbed from a toxicology review magazine. Monsanto threatened some magazine with a lawsuit, but it's coming back, folks. It's not going away because the truth you cannot hold back. Worldwide, glyphosate contamination is rampant. Around 650,000 tons of the chemical. That's huge. The primary ingredient in Monsanto's Roundup was applied globally in 2011. They're just dumping it everywhere. Now, thanks to independent testing, we're beginning to understand how glyphosate is a probable carcinogen and accumulates in people. Testing conducted by the Portuguese No GMO Coalition and the Detox Project is the latest to discover the presence of glyphosate in human urine. However, their results are unique in that they detected substantially higher levels of the weed killer than any other test performed in Europe in people with no professional exposure to glyphosate. In the urine of 26 Portuguese volunteers was tested, glyphosate was identified in 100% of the samples. Sadly, children had the highest amounts of the weed killer in their urine. This revelation follows on the heels of a report linking pesticide exposure to childhood cancers. Folks, they are spraying us with chemicals. They're sticking tumor-producing products in our food chain. How could we not have a third party grow and stop them in the presidency in this election? I mean, we've got to do this. Our lives depend on this. We're never going to get accountability from these scumbags. They're going to continue to poison the earth with a vengeance, including people. And this is real bad for all of us. I'm not being a fearmonger. I'm telling you, we've got an answer, and that's a political movement that'll stop this incredible drain of our healthy people. I'm shocked. Your feet have been swollen for a week and you got kidney failure symptoms? I'm not kidding, folks. I'm sorry to hear that, Guest 315. You may want to look at some diuretics naturally, like asparagus or something, just to help your body release the fluids, but obviously seek medical counsel. Yeah, so I'm hearing from Sarah. I was casually talking to her about some people that she was working with the past couple of years in teaching. And I asked her, so how about, what happened to this person? Just out of the blue, I said, what happened to that person? And she said, oh yeah, she died. I said, what? Oh, she died of cancer. I didn't hear about it. Well, I didn't tell you. So then I was talking about another person recently. So this person that she and I had met at like a school function that she went to, and she said, "Oh yeah, he got cancer. He's got some. I think he has prostate cancer. So we're all worried about him." I mean, it's just all over the place. You're hearing about this. I don't know if you guys are seeking out information from other people, but if you stay in your own room, in your own shell, and never leave your apartment, then you never know that people around you are dying. You're noticing that same thing also, man. Yeah, I hear you, 315. I am super worried about the country, about humanity. I do this show out of principle. There's no personal gain going on here. I've been doing it against all odds for the past 7 years. And I believe in these things so much so that it drives me to do the show. I'm not benefiting. I could be sitting in there with Sarah watching Netflix. But I like doing this more than I would sitting there just vegetating. Although I do enjoy vegetating after the show, as everyone should. Vegetate for a while. I don't know. There's no evidence the plane went down. I think more and more likely it was landed at Diego Garcia, and somebody will pull a cell phone out of their butt and make a text message. Yeah, well, we like to talk about things in a natural way. This is my hobby. What do you mean I need a hobby? I do all kinds of stuff for hobbies. I have things during the day I do for hobbies. Shot live at the WTC from the New York Dorm. Wow. This is a live shot from the New York dorms, folks. Rare footage from the World Trade Center attack. Yeah.
No way.
First of all,
Holy mofo, what is that though?
if we saw a I retired in 2010 to pursue the presidency. I was kind of running a small business up until 2010, but I decided just to focus on this. There's too much at stake. No matter what I do, it would be too little if I didn't do this. I really have to do this to feel good and to know that at least I'm trying. It's a personal issue for me because I really believe that not a lot of us have the wherewithal and understanding to do this. And I feel it's my responsibility to do this because I have the tools available to me and the time. Most people have family and kids and debt and horrible responsibilities. I kept clear of that because I wanted to focus on this. Okay, here we go. This is an interesting conspiracy theory, if you will. Egypt flight MS-804 flew right through a Phoenix Express naval exercise. Okay, this is getting interesting. Turns out the flight path took them right through the area they were holding the Phoenix Express 2016 joint naval drills in the Mediterranean Sea. This year's exercise control group will be posted at the NATO Maritime Interdiction Operations Training Center located in Suda Bay, Greece. But training will take place throughout the Mediterranean to include North American nation's territorial waters. Yeah, clearly the flight path was right over that area. Yep. Yeah. You know, if this plane was redirected for some tactical reason and landed in Diego Garcia for purposes unknown, whether they needed to stage a crash in the future with an Airbus, the poor people on board that plane would probably be executed. This is the type of elitist terrorism I've been referring to, if indeed that's the case. Phoenix Express commences. Here's the story from the Navy. This could have been a PSYOP or possibly an even bigger operation. The fact that there's no trace in waters that are definitely above 25,000 feet in the Mediterranean means that there's something fishy here. Diego Garcia is the base we have out there that one guy cell phoned from Diego Garcia claiming he was a passenger on the flight MH370 in which he had somehow stored a cell phone up his ass and was able to text message to a remote server that was a public server that could not be in any way hacked. And that story flew, and it never got dispensed. Nobody ever debunked that story. They never found the wreckage for flight MH370. No, it really did go on. He texted from his ass. He pulled his cell phone. I mean, you're telling me you can't put a cell phone in your butt? I mean, come on. Hello? Yeah, anyway. I'm sure there are a few prison guards that would dispute that, but maybe a Rolex. I've never done anything like that. I mean, I don't want to talk about anal activity here. I'm just telling you that this person managed to do that, and the text message did go out, and it was never debunked. And the government said that there were no Wi-Fi connections or any connectivity on the G4 network or the 4G network or the 3G network in Diego Garcia. And that's just patently not true. There's 3 networks on Diego Garcia that transmit cell phones from the military personnel there. So, I mean, the whole line that disputed that brings me back to the possibility. And I was talking about the possibility of someone hijacking the navigation systems on these planes. It's totally possible. So as president, I can definitely assure you that I will oversee NTSB reformation, where we will actually find out why we can't get control and get some sort of a Faraday box put on all these units, these navigation units. Every single plane should be retrofitted with a Faraday box or cage around the actual components that are hackable. We've got to move quickly on this, because we are sitting right now on a fleet of aircraft and the competence of our country in flying at stake here. This is a huge movement. No, I'm not in any way like Donald Trump. I don't think Hitler would support me. It's possible it was an attack on a plane. There's retribution. We talked about that. Possible retribution on some drug deal gone bad. That was one of the arguments, that the French had done a drug deal with the wrong people. And this is retribution against a French airliner. But somebody, a terrorist, would have laid claim to it. So it looks more and more like they fished an Airbus out of the air and landed it. And God knows what happens to the people when that happens. Yeah. So I think we got very little information from a country that doesn't dispense a lot of information on almost every event. Our press is so limited, it's unbelievable. We've had false flags, everything from the San Bernardino shooting where no bodies were ever revealed. We've got the story of the Umpqua Community College, where a guy named Mintz claimed he was shot 7 times and that he didn't have a single scar on him, and went ahead and collected $1 million in GoFundMe revenue after he claimed he was the sole hero at Umpqua College. No evidence, no backup evidence. Then you've got all these other, all the way back to Sandy Hook, including the Paris shooting, including the Belgium attack, the Paris attack. All of these things are scant evidence, anecdotal evidence at best. I mean, any prosecuting attorney would have a hard time making a case against the terrorists if indeed we did catch him. And that's another unique quality about all these cases. We never actually catch the person alive. They're always dead. You notice that? Always the key witnesses are dead. I'm just telling you guys, if scant evidence, there's got to be something here. Yeah, the Boston bomber, he was definitely found guilty. And Tsarnaev, his Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, yeah, his whole thing was a complete, almost a criminal act against him. His attorney, Judy Clark, who defended everybody, including Jared Lee Loughner, and got him off the death penalty, everything collapsed. Judy Clark lost the case. He had anecdotal evidence against him. In fact, he didn't even show possessing a backpack that was actually ascribed as the backpack that went off. It didn't even look like the backpack in the picture. And he's seen on camera carrying a backpack out of there too. Yet, for some reason, they just slammed him. He's going to get the death penalty. He already has the death penalty. They're going to execute him. He's on death row right now. It doesn't look to me like he really did that much damage. I don't even think he was the perpetrator. I know that the former presidential candidate Michael Dukakis came out to support his family, who was from Chechnya, in defense of him. He was a medical student. He was caught up in a horrible sting operation. He and his brother were under surveillance for 5 or 6 years before they actually activated that sleeper cell. No doubt it was the CIA that was up against, creating the illusion of a terrorist attack to justify more war funds, to boost the military budget. Tomorrow we're going to talk more about how we're doing that in Syria and Ukraine, and how the beat goes on with Donald Trump and Hillary. They'll keep fighting for a war in Syria. They'll keep pushing until they get it, and then your young family member is going to go off to Syria, and you're going, honey, please don't go. I don't want you to fight and die. Yeah, we're being played like pawns. That's what Henry Kissinger said. The soldiers were like pawns. And many other bad things he said. Let's see if I can get that quote. The beat goes on. Yeah, did Henry Kissinger really say that about military men? Now, Donald Trump just met Henry Kissinger. And this is an interesting little story here, real quick. Okay, in Haig's, this happened when Alexander Haig was talking to him. It was said the Kissingers in front of an Alexander Haig, newly appointed White House Chief of Staff, in Haig's new office in '73. I quote to you the sentences related. As you may notice, the quote between brackets is dumb, stupid animals to be used. That was never denied by Kissinger. In Haig's presence, Kissinger referred pointedly to military men as dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. Okay, there you have it, folks. So Donald Trump just met with Henry Kissinger, and that was a quote from Henry Kissinger. Are you beginning to see the picture? Yeah, it's pretty intense. Hello, Sarah. Thanks for coming in.
Hello.
It is important that everyone kind of have fun this weekend. I want everyone to relax and have fun this weekend, because we don't know how long we'll have fun in this world, the way it is today. It's like, wow, America's been riding on a long journey of success.
Research at Monkey Times, you'll be surprised.
Who is Henry Kissinger? Well, Donald Trump met with him, and Henry Kissinger was our former Secretary of State under Richard Nixon. Henry Kissinger is a foreign national who became a dual citizen, and he proceeded to control American politics and American foreign policy through the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission. So Kissinger has been an implanted figure in American politics from originally Germany or Austria, I believe. One or the other. What does he look like? What is his facial features? These are tough questions, only to be answered by the truth. I have a picture of Henry Kissinger right here. I just have to find it among all the other pictures I have, unless I go to alphabetical. Thank you for giving me a break. That's the problem with acquiring so many pictures.
Oh, goodness.
There it is. It's like Kissinger. Let me see if I can do the Kissinger. This is Henry Kissinger.
He talks sort of like this, with a voice very low, like this. My fellow Americans, the New World Order will take over everyone, and we will all be assimilated.
Sorry. Anyway, here's Sarah.
Yeah, he is kind of like Jabba.
He's kind of creepy, yeah. Too scary, stop it, yeah. That's, you know who that is? It's you know who are. Let me pull guest chat off here, hang on. You got it.
No, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't need you to be harassed by these people.
We don't need no guests.
Guest on, guest off. The guester. All right. Thank you.
Not really quest. But I do believe that people who want children should definitely have children. I'm a woman. I was born that way. Born female. Still identify as female. Good to know. You should have asked that first before you asked something else. Oh, should you? Yeah, next time just always ask, always default to, are you a woman? All right. What are you saying, Super Dave? Wow. You're a pirate with many walking plank options. Yeah, that's... you forgot... No, that's pretty much it. Good job, Monkey Times. Not really. At least nothing viable. Thanks, salty peanut and refried bacon and segami. A hot teacher in college. Except I don't really wear a lot of skirts. Alright. Well, thank you, Unsalted. I take that as a compliment. David is 6'4". I don't want kids. I hope programmers have children. Got it. Coders, intelligent, super intelligent people, maybe. How did David give you a lot of drinks? You're 6'3", good to know. What do you think, Super Dave? Yeah, Dave's enjoying his coffee break, whatever. He gets mad sometimes. Yeah, I would say that. Whoa, really, Segami? That's pretty cool. You watched one of your grandkids graduate high school? Very cool. Well, you can have children and teach them not to be that way. It's your duty to bear children for the motherland. No thanks. You can hook that up with somebody else. a salty dog. Have fun having kids? Not you.
So we started our real-time polling tonight.
Oh.
We have a poll generator at School Rock that I use.
Okay.
And we found out that people, by and large, just don't care about whether it's GMO or not, what they're eating.
Okay, good to know.
Oh.
You may be right, you may not be right. Aw. Yeah. You can't, I think you can read. You're, at least you can write. What? You had to bury a friend of yours? Aw. He shot himself for steroids? What does that mean? Like he shot himself up with steroids? I know, Obi-Wan, it happens all the time because David sets the microphone, I guess, to just pick up when I'm talking, and I sometimes pause and then it has a problem. So if I constantly talk, I guess that would be completely fine. If I never stopped talking, then it would be fine. But I don't like to constantly talk all the time. Sometimes I like to listen, but so I guess that's not how it's supposed to be. I should be like I'm on the radio and never have a moment of silence, never have a second of silence, never have a millisecond of silence ever. If you actually had no milliseconds of silence, no one would understand to anything you were saying, though. Anyway. Yeah, I like the teach a guy to fish kind of person. That's a good idea. Hello, Bengalitis. Alright, I think I'll check in the news and then I can see what's happening and then I can speak all the time really fast about everything that's happening in the world. That's just not me. I'm more of a laid-back person. I mean, of course, I know I have a lot to say and a lot of things to teach and everything like that, but that's it. Alright, Egypt Air flight data show smoke alerts before the crash. They found bodies in the Mediterranean from the 66 souls that died on the airplane that was flying into Cairo, Egypt from Paris, France. Yay! Yeah, I'm sorry. So he had it all. He had cars. He had, and then he just had a shot to the head. Wow. That's really sad. Oh, he sold 1 million times of steroids? Wow. Wow. No, I only talked fast because people said they couldn't hear me because my microphone kept cutting in and out, and the reason that it cuts in and out is because it stops picking up when there's any pauses in the sound, so then I feel like I have to say everything all the time, and that's about it. So Secret Service agent shoots armed man outside of the White House. A guy went up with a silver pistol and then they shot him. What? Thanks. Not. Great. Thank you. Oh, come on. Now I have to refresh. I'll be right back. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. I'll start again. Oh, goodness. I didn't want that. David has way too many stupid browsers open. Way too many. I'm about to close them all out and not just save any of them. Okay. I don't know what his other names are. Goodness. Mad. That's what I am. I'm mad. Okay. Today is your last day of dwelling on death. Yeah, I can't even count how many browsers he has open. I'm going to go through, and if they're stupid, I'm going to delete them. Deleting that one. I'll leave that one because I had that open. Wow, cool. A mayor cut his own pay by 50% to balance the budget. That sounds good. I'm not opening it because there's too much. I have too much open already. Well, no, I'm not running NASA, but it's just...
Engine ramp on the southbound side. I'll notify my responders. Thank you, sir. Great.
I guess I'll leave that open. I don't want this, that's for sure. Don't want this, that's for sure. Didn't want that. Who are you talking about? Then, if you're not talking about us. Yeah, exactly. That was pretty funny. I did like that. Alright, yeah. Oh my goodness, I can't even see all the things he has open. It's crazy. What was funny is David's little poll that said something like, I'm brain dead and I cannot read. I mean, it's like, okay, and most of the people voted for that. Which would mean, in theory, that they could read. Hand of French intelligence seen in Egypt air crash. Possible retaliation for extradition of drug trafficker conducted to parliamentarian. That sounds like somebody's just confabulating. There's certain things he has open. I'm just like, seriously. That was pretty cool. I don't really care about this one. No, I never get glammed up like Monica does.
Oh, yes. Yeah, if you ever get bored with chat, just kick guest chat on. It works great. We never have any downtime when guest chat comes in. But I kind of like just looking at things and, you know, staring into the internet. You know, I disagree. I think men and women are meant to be together, and they help each other in so many different ways. I think men and women complement each other. I think it's a natural pairing of individual genders that kind of makes a unique quality to our life. Really, it's amazing all the different things that Sarah completed in my life when she came into my life.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
No, I want you to be here. I normally check this just to see what we're looking at. Okay. Gives me an idea. Yeah. Bruce Jenner, he actually killed somebody in his car, but he didn't get prosecuted. There was no prosecution of Bruce. There was a talk of possibly manslaughter, but he knows a lot of important people, let's say that. And I guess he's willingly putting himself out there to be used as some sort of a toy. I mean, he wants to get a sex change operation. He doesn't want to get one. He wants to. He doesn't. I mean, what? Now I understand he's completely making the entire news story about how he doesn't really know what he wants is the news story. So it just continually morphs around him instead of talking about the real issues. They want to avoid all of that. They want us to constantly be focused on something meaningless, irrelevant, inconsequential. Yes, seemingly unnecessary. Well, basically every single demographic group suffers from some mental illness. It just so happens that elitists are not in any way immune to mental illness. So the worst possible things happen with humanity. The richest of the rich are allowing the sickest of the sick to dominate the planet. We have a serious change needed, and it's got to come from the people. It's got to be orchestrated by the American people to stop the monarchy from rebranding themselves yet again, calling themselves the New World Order, and forcing their crap down our throats. It's time to rise up and build this voter revolt and stop this. Go team. Go team. Yeah.
Go team.
It's like, go team.
What team?
What team? Go team. Hey, I don't blame you guys for being apathetic. You've been designed to be apathetic, but you've got to fight that. You can't just resign to the idea that, well, I'm brain dead. I just have to be brain dead. Come on, I've been working on my flock for some time. I'm going to be out there on the over here in the coastal area grabbing some sheep and bringing them in. I'm raising them on this nice patch of grass back here. And if you need to catch me, I'll be in my VW van hanging out, listening to really cool music, man.
Okay. Have fun. In your van down by the ocean. It's causing out all the alien civilizations stuff. What is he doing? Are you sitting on the ground or something?
Just getting in my van, Sarah. Me over here.
You're sitting. No one can see you down there. You're
Okay.
moved. Here, I can move this down.
No, it's okay.
At
I'm
least
just
they
gonna
can
get in my
see you.
van.
Okay, he's gonna get it. Whoa. Okay.
Whatever.
I was just reading stuff.
I just like that picture that was made for us by Scissor Fight. I thought that was really kind of special. It reminds me of the days when I was a young man and out there on the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, surfing up, dude. Body surfing, man. Out when I was with my flock, you know, hanging out. Bah, bah, bah. Hey, I wonder if we have any control over this picture here. Hang on. Hold on. Hold your horses. Hold your sheep. It's looking good. Okay. Yeah, so if you want to come on into the flock, we are inviting anybody who wants to come into this party and hang out. We do need people to click on the volunteer or get involved button and become an elector. Really, it doesn't hurt. There's no obligation. If you post your address, we will, of course, add that to our list of electors, official electors. If you don't, and just put your email, we'll contact you if and when we need electors in any one state to pull the popular vote. All right. I just don't want to go off a cliff with this existing two-party system. So we clearly have a need and a direction to go in, and I'm not a fearmonger. I'm actually breeding hope. A lot of people would love to stop this poisoning of our planet. Reversal of all the bad things that have been a result of capitalism gone awry. Let's make the best of capitalism. Let's improve our nation. It's a lot easier than you think, really. Isn't that amazing? She's caught cheating in Kentucky primary. 4,000 votes scratched to give Hillary a win, according to Gateway Pundit. And look at this picture of her. It's not the best picture she's had. Thanks. Thanks, honey. I can't say Trump is any better. I mean, he's starting with his Botox lip. Did they give him a lip job or something? What did they do with him? Why is his lip so puffy? I can't really get that face.
I know. People are looking for a third party. You can tell them about us and bring them to our show. That's how you can get involved.
Exactly. And you're right. She looks high. The woman looks high. You're right. Tell everybody.
Super tired.
Well, it's not easy to be on the Camtrain trail. And, you know, if she really is a human being, or maybe she's one of the body doubles, I don't know. But
She looks like she needs some kind of recharge.
Yeah, she looks like she could use a good stiff
high,
one.
I don't think. She just
Really?
looks tired.
I guess you don't know what the high looks like.
Well, I guess not, because I don't get high.
That's okay. I never get high. I'm always high. Okay, well that's good. You know, have you ever had a staring contest with a chat room? It's really good. Who do you think could outstare who? The chat room or
Who do you
us?
think could be silent longer, you or me? I know which one that is.
cannibal. Like Hannibal. Like MF. Better check yourself. Make sure you got some skin left.
You already did.
For one example of many. In 2001, a small California biotech company called
I guess I
Epicite
talked before you shared.
patented a product, patented a gene, which causes both men and women who eat it, in the form of any product, to produce antibodies to sperm. If the men eat the Epicite gene, they produce antibodies to their own sperm, rendering them irreversibly sterile. If women eat the Epicite gene, when they have intercourse, their bodies produce antibodies to the sperm that has been deposited, and they become infertile through the destruction of the sperm. Now, DuPont and Monsanto formed a joint venture, purchased the Epicite firm, and, quote, commercialized the Epicite gene. Do you want to know if the food that you're eating contains the Epicite gene? Sure you do. How about the food that your children are eating, or your grandchildren? Sure you do. But the FDA, the Fraud and Death Administration, has made sure that under current laws, it is illegal for you to have that information.
The truth, when you finally chase it down, is almost always far worse than your darkest visions and fears. Wow. Sure you would. So we're in the show. We talked eventually, but I guess I was the one that broke down and said something, so I'll admit it.
That's fine.
No, I did break talk first, so.
That's okay. I was talking very fast earlier because they said something about that microphone was cutting in and out, like it's set to only pick up when you talk or something.
Oh, really? This microphone?
I don't know.
That's weird. Oh, we got another clip. Is this Move On? Yeah, I heard this the other night, Scissor Fight, when you were outside the room. Let's get into that right now from Scissor Fight. Move On. Hey, thanks everybody for coming into our show. It's been fun. As you see, we have a pretty interesting group of people here. Enlightened, many of you. Many of you are becoming enlightened, and many of you are waking up to the reality that we're not getting anywhere with the two parties. So let's dump Trump and dump the Clinton dynasty, and let's get on to a better country. You know, I think Americans can fix this country better than these elitists, I'll tell you that. I think if we're given a chance, we would probably have a much more efficient routine going for our nation. You guys know how that works. Many of you are trying to keep your budget under control as you're raising your family. We don't have that type of sensibility, common sense in Washington right now. All right, thank you so much, Sarah. Good night. And I'm going to sign off in a bit, too. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, everybody, at my band down by the beach, eating government cheese. This really is how beautiful it is along the coastline. I feel like taking a trip with Sarah and just seeing the coast again. It's so gorgeous. A little more radiation on the west coast from Fukushima, but in the long run, I think we're all going to be receiving the same dose overall if you're living on the face of the earth. So. Jesse Walters would have me on my show. Well, thank Jesse for offering. Well, I'm going to talk about things on a nightly basis. We are available. Jesse can call in on the show, 707. Your ATP, but not right now. I'm winding down. No, we don't do anything on the road because anymore because of the death threats. So Maserati's got some comments to talk about El Chapo tonight. Wow, thanks for sharing. All right, guests can chat. The 9 o'clock hour has begun. That was really good. Scissor Fight did a good one on that one. It's called Move On. I think I better grab that. Yeah. Thanks for giving that. You're such a great producer of music. It's fun to do, too, I'm sure. Oh, and you've got the Pacific Redwood feed, too? Excellent.
All right, today is May 20th,
This is a quick one.
2016. We're
We'll watch
watching the
this.
skies over the San Gabriel Valley today, and we see that there's no rain because of all these chemtrails are spraying over the top of these clouds. We got a lot of chemtrail haze, you can see that. That's why we're not having rain in Southern California. It's a quick video. We can see, if we pan down a little bit, we can see right on the horizon. There's a lot of rain clouds trying to develop, but there's just no, can't get any lift. Got to have two things for rain, moisture and lift, and these chemtrails are spread well above the clouds. You can see that. They're well above these clouds. And if you pan around, we can see another trail right there. Okay, so that's it. It's an update. Should be having a lot of rain, but we've got the transfers offshore cutting off the jet stream, and then we have this problem here with the chemtrails.
Do you have your phone?
All right.
Wow. Okay, so that was Pacific Redwood. His feed is much. Normally, it covers the NOAA mapping and even shows you areas that are airbrushing, and he compares that to areas that are not airbrushed. It's kind of interesting. Dave, last 100-year flood we had here, I noticed was a week before with absolutely no chemtrails. Are you in that time? Have you been going without chemtrails for some time? As you can see, there are no chemtrails in the background here. But I have the ability to give you chemtrails. So this is a little tutorial section where we're going to, it's called drawing the chemtrails. Okie dokie. There we go. Maisie's got something for us. Oh, the simple joys of life, a woman laughing with a Chewbacca mask on. How special. So we will adjust the color. All right. See a few chemtrails here. There we go. Ooh. Oh, okay. Well, let me put an X here. And I think if I put a 0 there. Oh, sorry. I was just playing a little tic-tac-toe with our future here. It was a beautiful moon tonight. It was a beautiful full moon, almost full moon last night. It was so special. Would you like to hear about my experience with the full moon last night? Oh, and here is his data from the actual chemtrail oversight that he pulls from, I guess, NOAA and the Doppler radar system. So he's better than a weatherman, Pacific Redwood. He's really He's really invested a tremendous amount into his campaign to talk about this stuff. So it's worthy of us to talk about him. Yeah, walk softly and carry a big stick and stuff. Yeah, I hear you. They chemtrails? No, they're real. That's them real chemicals they're dumping on your head. That's why you feel so listless and kind of out of it. You ever walk around just going, I don't feel myself. That's because you're breathing 100% pure chemtrail. The richest kind. Yeah. Yeah, they're decided to stick lithium in the atmosphere and may cause some bowel problems too. Lithium does cause irregular bowels. Have you noticed you've had 2 bowel movements a day now? That's because of the chemtrails. Oh yeah, they're working on slowly poisoning off the population. You betcha. You feel lucky? Well, do ya? Punk? Was Egypt Air MS-804 a hoax? This interview may give an answer. Well, you got lots of links here. Thank you so much. Oh, and that's PK Truth. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, maybe the whole missing jet is a hoax. Why not? I mean, sure, you can make up a false manifest and, oh yeah, you're onto something there, buddy. Yeah, do we even know the names of these supposed people that may have died? Have we even heard any one of their names? Have their families been notified? Has there been a story about the families? Let's take a look. This is what people do when they have the internet. We take a look. Here we go. Okay, so families of flight MS-804, Egyptian Air. Let's see. Ding, 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 ding. I'm your best friend. I don't even know you, man. Hey, watch your mouth, buddy. Go in the bathroom right now and wash that mouth out with a bar of soap. Don't use those words in here. Oh, so the families of Egypt Air passengers grieve as hopes shattered. Families wait for answers. Let's see. CNN reports passengers grieve as hopes are shattered. Its continuing story is evolving in the news, ladies and gentlemen. The world as we know it is not the same for the parents and family members of the supposed decedents. I think they are spraying Valium, man.
11:09 p.m. Egypt Air Flight 804 departs from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris is scheduled.
They've done a lot of work on this video. Watch this.
Of a 4-hour flight to Cairo. 2 hours after takeoff, the Airbus 320 crosses into Greek airspace. The pilot checks in with air traffic control. 24 minutes later, another routine check-in just south of Athens. All is fine. At 2:27 a.m., less than an hour away from landing, the plane is cruising above the Mediterranean Sea at 37,000 feet, about to cross into Egyptian airspace. It's time for another check-in with air traffic control.
And this is when they flew over the airspace of a live-action drill going on called the Phoenix Express 2016 as it commenced. This is an absolute possibility that a naval war exercise going on right underneath this plane may have been a contributing factor in the disappearance of this flight. Let's not rule that possibility out as we look deeper into the possibilities of yet another missing plane after MH370 and then the MH17 disaster. You got to wonder, is something more to the story? We'll be looking at the MH17 disaster tonight from a different perspective, brought to you by none other than PK Truth, because he has a very interesting take on that crash. And any other plane crash like the one recently in Egypt that many people think is a fake event. Yeah. Lots of things are happening, or are they? That's a good question. Or are we being played? So that they can orchestrate and illustrate to us how we are living in fear of terror, how they're going to provide us safety and security by increasing the police state that surrounds us. You know, if they wanted to create a bigger police state, they just turn the volume of fear up on the American people. That's what I think is going on. It's not a stretch, too, to think that. It's the cannibal.
Call me cannibal. Like Hannibal.
Yeah. So we'll just talk about. You should be scared. Yeah. They're making you scared. It's working. If you use your brain, you won't be scared. Just apply a little logic here and realize there's very little evidence of anything. You know, if I told you there were boogeymen and scary monsters in your closet when you were a kid, you'd probably believe me. Well, remember, we grow up and we realize that not everything we hear with very, very little evidence is true. So if they want to make us fearful of terrorism, they create all these horrible missing planes and, oh yeah, psyops. Not to freak, just think third party. Doobster bought a couple of ATP cups at her store. It's pretty cool. But he had a problem with his shipping order on his sweatshirt. He got a nice, really nice sweatshirt, and he was kind of pissed. It didn't come back at his ATP, so he's contacting Spreadshirt, and he's going to get that refunded. Well, let's read from the minutes from last night, okay? Okay, Smoke Break said that he had to go to the bathroom, and there was another person that mentioned that he had to go to the bathroom too. Two people wanted to talk, but we told them that we were like the free press. We don't give them any airtime whatsoever. Okay, that covers our minutes from last night. Can you imagine how boring this would be if we were like a traditional county public hearing? I mean, it's like watching the paint dry. I've been to these city council meetings. Oh my God. I was joking. I'm not reading anything. It's a joke, man. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Have we lost our sense of humor? Oh, you're joking too? Okay, good. Okay, there's a back door we found on Linksys tonight. Netgear. There's a lot of concern. Yeah. Backdoor in their modems. This is concerning a lot of people who are looking into this. They thought their ISP was secure, and they're finding it may not be. Dave, you on Prozac, man? No, man, I'm not taking the drug you're on. Sorry. Everyone says I look like Jim Carrey, and I don't. Later, Dave. Yeah, you're right. Prozac is pretty much concentrated fluoride. You are correct, sir. David, I won't vote for you because you bash others relentlessly. Well, that just shows you what a scumbag you are. Get out of here. Who needs it? You can't recognize a good guy when you see one? Get the hell out of my room. Yeah. Go ahead and make my day. All right. I think we got everything under control now. Oh, back to the surveillance state we're living in. Yeah, we believe in liberty, and we don't think it's happening right now under the existing system, so a little bit concerned about that. Lack of change. Do we have to do this again? We've already done it again. We'll do it again. This is really good. This is 50 impressive tiny houses that maximize function and style. Now, this is something a lot of you guys can start thinking about. You could buy a piece of property out in the middle of nowhere, like this van, out on the beach, eating government cheese. You could easily do that. You could have a tiny house like this. You may find yourself someday sitting on a beautiful van or in a tiny house overlooking a beautiful beach. You may find yourself sitting in an automobile on the beach thinking that you look like Jim Carrey, and that people keep telling you this every single night. And you may ask yourself, am I Jim Carrey? No, I don't have beady little rodent eyes. But I'll try. My eyes are clearly spread apart more than Jim Carrey's. But I think you're onto something there, buddy. A lot of people say I'm just like Alfred E. Newman on Mad. How do you know I'm not Jim Carrey? How do you know I didn't have facial reconstructive surgery? What do you really know? Really? What do you really know? Okay, let's do this. 50 impressive tiny houses that maximize function and style. Ah, yes. You've got another link for me. Oh my gosh. Hundreds of natural gas leaks identified in major U.S. cities. Wow, we've got an infrastructure problem, folks. Better get your propane tanks filled up. This is serious. This is another great link. Wow, look at this. Hundreds of natural gas leaks. Here we go. I'll get to the tiny houses in just a second. Yeah, Parachute, Colorado. Don't be living around there. Holy moly. You could be buying in a remote area and find yourself in a shotgun shack. You may find yourself out there in the middle of nowhere with gas leaks coming up the ground, so you got to check the region that you're going to check out. For research data, EDF partnered with Google Earth Outreach and Atmos Energy, which operates local gas pipelines in Dallas. Smaller or more remote leaks can be undetected or unrepaired for long periods, says EDF. Wow. There's a lot of leaks in California, too. U.S.-wide emission leaks are happening. So we've got an aging infrastructure they say is going to be really problematic for our country. I don't do that. Newsflash. Dave's not a ginger. And another story from Jacket Pockets. I've got a YouTube video to bring in and another story. Why is the federal government planning microphones in public? Hey. Daimler's self-driving truck, Nevada's world's first licensed autonomous Freightliner inspiration. Wow. Car Jam has something too. Okay, so let's go to this. Why is the federal government planning microphones in public? Who says the government doesn't listen to the people? Yeah. Speaking of the NSA listening to everybody's email. Well, Jeff Harp, a former FBI special agent and security analyst for KPIX-5 in San Francisco, recently told KPIX-5 in San Francisco that FBI agents regularly hide microphones in indiscriminate locations for surveillance purposes. Harp says that between March of 2010 and January 2011, FBI agents hid microphones inside light fixtures and at bus stops outside the Oakland courthouse without a warrant to record conversations. The FBI is reportedly attempting to catch real estate investors involved in fraud. They put microphones under the rocks, they put microphones in trees, they plant microphones in equipment. I mean, there's microphones that are planted in places that people don't even think about because that's the intent. Wow. Okay. One guy accused of fraud said he claims that 364 recordings are dragnet electronic eavesdropping conducted without judicial authorization, with no warrant, violated the Fourth Amendment and the Wiretap Act. The defendant's attorneys argued that the secret surveillance recordings violated their client's constitutional rights, as well as violated the rights of all other people whose conversations were surreptitiously recorded. A tongue twister. But in fact, the defense believes the feds committed felonies when they planted the bugs. And according to the East Bay Express, defense attorneys say government prosecutors moved to withdraw the recordings as evidence that the FBI could cut its losses and sweep its criminal conduct under the rug. Yeah. It's entrapment too. There's codes that they've violated at all levels. Wow. Remember when DeLorean was snabbed for trying to make money, make a deal, a cocaine deal, and the DeLorean car disappeared because of that? Do you even remember that? I do. He was caught in an FBI sting operation where he was framed, and it turned out the people selling him coke were the FBI agents. Rip to Alan Young from Mr. Ed. Oh, I did not know Alan Young died. R.I.P. to Alan Young from the Mr. Ed show. Wow. Rest in peace. And Morley Schaefer died. I didn't really mention this the other night. Yeah. Hello from China. Greetings. Hello. Thank you for coming in. Interactive chat with a presidential candidate. You got sensors all over your house? Are you serious, Maserati? Wow. Did you get one of those devices to detect if you've got bugs in your house? I got one of those. A bug detector. Yeah. They're pretty cool. Normally you'd use roach killer, but I'm against that personally. I don't know. I don't pursue free streaming movie links, so please don't post those here. Thank you, or I'll have to purge you. Alan Young, the voice of Wilbur on Mr. Ed, died at 96. Well, Mr. Ed. Hey, Wilbur. How are you? That was Mr. Ed. The voice of Mr. Ed. Oh. Alan Young, voice of Wilbur on Mr. Ed, dead at 96. Conspiracy or reality? I'm going to say reality. I know, not only your cell phone, everything's a bug now. Even your cordless phones are bugs. I know. That's why I try to talk openly to my cordless phone. In fact, have you ever had an intimate conversation with your cordless phone? It's like talking to Mr. Ed. So, you are listening to me, right? So nice to be heard. Thank you so much.
Well, of course I'm listening to you, Mr. Dave.
Well, who are you?
Well, we're the NSA. Ho-ho.
Yes, it's like Alan Young lives.
It's the voice of Mr. Ed. Ho, ho, ho.
Don't talk to your cordless phone, please, unless you really want to be heard. Get the impression this is a really bad comedy routine? I do. Hey, but you could always have, the clandestine secret file person who doesn't show anything, no records whatsoever as president. Or the fascist dictator that wants to rule the world like Hitler. Yeah. Remember him on the Retro? That was something. Talking about his daughter. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for that one. He actually made some comments that were pretty nasty. I mean, it put her ill at ease, I think. The soundbite tonight's had bad feedback. I did not know that. Hey, we love you in Korea. Hello. Welcome, Koreans. It's so great to meet people from around the world, at least in chat. I'm not allowed to meet you in person because if I did, I'd have to have a security team of 5,000 people around me at all times. But no, it's great to interface. I think as soon as we get the co-hosting feature going on this network, we've been waiting for 4 years for that. We would do Skype to Skype, but unfortunately that's like mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Our IP addresses would be open and to public, and then we get DDoSed. Not good. Okay, so you're getting attacked. Maserati's basically of the belief that he's being bugged or something in his house.
You're talking about the Don? We're going to take a look at the Don in just a second, okay?
Hey, have a good night, Jacket Pockets. Enjoy your night out. I see you dressing up in a beautiful outfit and hitting town. Like the beautiful person that you are. So many people are going out to enjoy themselves tonight, except me. I so wished I lived in a city. I mean, I live on an island. It's so dead here. It's unbelievable. It's just like a high point is going to an all-night Walmart experience. If there were clubs around here, I'd take Sarah dancing. We could just dance the night away. Dance the night away. It would be great. It's kind of rough living out here in the Podunk area. But you know something? It's not as bad as I'm making it out. I mean, I got beautiful weather. I've got lots of good scenery. I don't have dense traffic to deal with. So, I mean, it's a combination of things. It is a song, yeah. It took 5 tries to log in. What's going on? We are being censored on a regular basis here on the Censor Network. They ought to call it the censornetwork.tv because they have been limiting us big time. The people that are watching us are seeing us around the world. And the ones that are really patient to get in and keep hitting the capacity server, VIP capacity thing that keeps happening, they're the ones that are very persistent. They get to come in and watch and talk and chat. The New World Order has started rewriting history. Well, please show more deference to that. Thank you. No nasty here. Be nicey. So 3 minutes and 49 seconds of great, intense New World Order experience. That'll be fun. Coming up at the bottom of the hour. Yeah. Hold your horses. We've got driving experiences. We've got all kinds of things. Wow, lined up for you. That's cool tech. It's tonight that I actually go through my linked library and put together the show list for everybody. In case you didn't know, this is like a one-man operation. But I enjoy it. That way I can take a little break and you guys can hang out and chat into the evening, and I can come in and chat with you periodically. Isn't that special? Hold on, please. Yeah, official. Yeah, we'll play that story about the passengers off CNN first. And then I guess that's it. The popular Mr. Ed. We should play a retro if there's a video. Yeah, Mr. Ed of the Dodgers. Mr. Ed died, folks. Wilbur. Alan Young. We'll wait for that to queue up. Please don't support that dictator. Wannabe. Thanks. He's only going to be the 1%er. Okay, we'll go ahead and pull you out of the show, Maserati. You're done. Later! He didn't last long, did he? It's good that I read every word that comes out of people. Trump is such a joke. You know, the fact that he sides with extremism is so ridiculous. You know, and wanting to kill animals like his sons go out on exotic hunting trips. I mean, I agree, right to bear arms and all that, but come on, he's glorifying weaponry. And believe me, the NRA and I are not on good terms. So if you guys want to sit back and just glorify the NRA, great, go for it. But frankly, American Gun Owners Association is a hell of a lot better organization, in my opinion. Thank you so much. But we don't want Hillary either. She's supporting gun control. I'm against gun control. You know, this is a really interesting point. Some people just don't understand the need to share. Let's listen to Mr. Ed of the Dodgers. Thank you, Jimmy.
You see that? I don't believe it.
That's the smartest horse I ever saw.
Well, he's not so smart. He forgot to touch second base.
Well, and we didn't even hear Alan Young's voice. How about that? Yeah, it was just a clip from Mr. Ed. Where yeah, it was a funny clip, no doubt about it, but... God. You're here because you are asking questions. I understand that. We'll answer your questions in the next... Oh, we're out of time. We'll have to return tomorrow to answer more questions. It's time for me to melt down and enjoy the vegetative state, watching Netflix and chilling, which is my new hobby. Yeah, it's what people do when they digest their meal now. Isn't that great? So I'll play a little of the Trump weird moment, awkward moment with his daughter in 2007 on The View. I never did that. Sarah's not here right now. She took off. Dude, you didn't get me on the ballot, man. You're going to write my name in if you want to, really make a difference. You have got to realize that if you don't write my name in, bad things will happen. Chinese proverb. Go against the truth, get burned. Confucius say. Yeah, you want to get burned? Hey, they're ready for you. The New World Order is open arms with the two parties sitting there as ready to gobble you up. They'll RFID chip you. They'll poison your water with fluoride, which they're already doing. They won't have a job plan. That's just BS. Your job plan will be going to the FEMA camp as an inductee. Yeah, Arbeit macht frei, right? The whole thing will play over again. The same very thing the Nazis did to the Germans in 1936. It's coming again to America. near you if you don't step up and fight this. Wake up, America! Time is running out. No, I don't look like Farage. I mean, people have been saying I have an uncanny appearance similar to Mr. Farage. One guy says I look like Jim Carrey, and the other guy says I look like Nigel Farage. You make up the difference. Please. The Honorable Prime Minister, sir, you are out of order. You do not have the rights to tell us Brits to... Thank you. Well, I do have 1/4 heritage from England. It's true. My mother's side, yes. I don't know if I have any relationship whatsoever to Nigel Farage. Yes. You are out of order. You look like David Caruso. We got David Caruso up on the hill. Yeah. So this is what we do for Fun Friday. Just take a look at pictures of people and mount them up on my face. Would you rather look for a piece of property to put a tiny house on? Because I'd more than be willing to do that right now. You heard the song, A Man with 1,000 Voices, Fool on the Hill. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. It's a Beatles song. You'd remember it if you've heard it. But if you don't even know who the Beatles are, you wouldn't know. I'd say you were right, but then I'd be wrong. Wow! Yeah. Okay, so we're ready for the show? Good. Okay, everybody's calmed down. You're all set. Get ready for your evening of videos. Thanks for coming in. We've talked a lot about the country. We haven't really touched on the tiny house subject, so I'll be playing videos about that tonight. But I would like to look just for a brief moment at the tiny houses. Whoa, those are cool. Yeah, so I mean, you could have kind of a fantasy thing going on with this kind of a house. I like that one. That's pretty. That's pretty. Oh, that's cool too. The transforming A-frame. Ooh, neat. Well, that's a classic. Looks like an old cabin. Looks like a craftsman house right out of the era of Sears Roebuck. That pesky retro interview. There we go. Put that up there. Well, it's a lot easier to heat these than it is regular houses. Like tiny houses for you and me. John Cougar Mellencamp, right. The world's largest solar plant just got torched. We showed that earlier in the show. Thank you, Chat Room Celebrity. Yeah. That solar collector, that incredible concentrator out in Nevada, has literally been lit aflame. They were lucky to put the flames out. Big burns. Lots of damage. Yep. They don't know what the cause was yet. And the other big story of the day is the flight Egypt Air is missing still. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, that's nice. Ooh, now you're talking. That's my style. I love that. You know, I'd be willing to build one of those myself. I told Sarah that I'd love to build a barge home. It'd be so fun. Yeah, isn't that cool? Thank you, Dave Brait. Dave, guys, look at this couple who could be supporting Sponheim. Okay, let's take a look. Oh yeah, there you go. They could be if they just get with the program. Yeah. That's a cute one. Thank you. I don't really want to have children. I would think it'd be a very... Are you serious? Farage has a thirdparty.eu. Are you serious? Let me take a look. That's pretty funny. Maybe he and I should talk after I become president. Otherwise, I would be violating the Logan Act. I really can't talk to Nigel Farage until I get clearance. Well, yes, Sarah is correct. We would have one child. We've talked about that if I make it to the White House. Really? Ha, you're right. Haha, Nigel Farage. That's so funny. Thanks for trying. It's pretty funny that he's up there. Hey, don't forget about Trump being in Epstein's book. It's a deal breaker for him. It's the holy grail that really puts him right in the center of this whole thing. You know, being attentive to this issue is very important. Let's not forget it. His name is in the book, plain and simple. And we, yeah, we don't think that that's a good sign. Anybody who would go out and purposely seek out people like Jeffrey Epstein, you've got to really wonder about their character at the very least. Same with Bill Clinton and Hillary. I know. It's so easy, Dave. Just do it. Then life has meaning. Do what? Dave, you get bored quick and security is minimum. Okay. "100 years of peace coming." Okay. I will bring on the peaceful 100, 832. Yeah. I don't really think having a child is something that would be good for us right now. Sarah really doesn't want a kid. If there was a possibility that we could, you know, make it happen before she's 40, but it's not likely. Okay, Morley Safer played it safe, took the money, and exposed no truth. Texas Shrugged has a story about Morley Safer. Good. I'm glad I'm taking the time to process these links. Thank you. I guess that goes into the catting elite. I'll put it in the news section. Okay, good. Excellent. And was Egypt 805 a hoax? Let's ask that question. New. And false flag. We have all these categories. I put things in playlist. Adding to new and chemtrails. Excellent. Yeah, we've got a lot of things to process every night. So bringing in the links is like bringing in the sheaves. Bringing in the sheaves. We shall go rejoicing, bringing in the links. Your phone has an IQ of 200. No, it's a stupid phone. In fact, if you're holding that phone next to your head, yeah, I used to watch the Mr. Ed show. Yeah, thanks, Walton. If you're holding that phone next to your head, you're making a big mistake. The director of the World Health Organization has actually gone public with the dangers. She said that it does contribute to brain cancer, cell phones. So use the speakerphone. It's so much safer. Morley Safer, yes, he died at age 84, folks. We were just talking about Morley the other day. He was an institution on 60 Minutes. Passing of a journalist.
Morley Safer. Morley Safer was regarded by many as the finest journalist of the Vietnam era. In August 1965, Mr. Safer accompanied the U.S. Marines into the Cam Nay hamlet, which intelligence had identified as a Viet Cong sanctuary.
This is what the war in Vietnam is all about.
But the area had been abandoned by the enemy before the Americans' arrival. Still, the Marines torched the hamlet, destroyed its food, and killed 3 women and a baby. Mr. Safer's account was pivotal. His report of the event stunned Americans, who until that time had been largely supportive of the war. In 1970, Mr. Safer joined 60 Minutes, 2 years after the program's inception, as a co-anchor alongside Mike Wallace.
Right. Well, we're sorry to hear his loss. 84 people are passing away around that time. He lived a long life, though, when you think about it. Not so bad. That's crazy. That's crazy. We can't see your link at Guest 219. Diane Sawyer, you're serious? You know what she did when she first signed on with ABC? You wouldn't believe it. She had a party at her house and served everybody dog food and videotaped their response. I'm not kidding you. Yeah, Diane Sawyer. Unbelievable. I was shocked when I read about it. And here's another great picture of my future van. Yes. This is me dipping out the side in my imaginary van by the beach. Oh, the chemies are so sweet today. Oh, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I love Morley's face too. It was more like a two-topping pizza from, a new dimension. Sausage and pepperoni and Morley. I know. I wish I had more gags I could do, but anyway, we are sorry to hear about his loss. He was a pretty good fixture in American journalism. You've entered another dimension, a dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the wondrous land of both that of the imagination, a journey into one David Sponheim. Consider it, if you will, one man trying to recover the lost era of the 60s, trying to rebuild a centrist plan to unite the country. What you're experiencing is a true living legend, submitted for your approval. Okay, I've got 15 more minutes to kill. See how fun the after show, extended show is? I'm so glad I brought this into the show because it brings me that one-on-one, mano-y-mano kind of communication. Oh, I saw this last night. A beautiful picture of a furry kitty. I know, I love that. Thank you for bringing it in. It makes me just want to get the heebie-jeebies and grow goosebumps all over me. And I like it. Yeah, it's nice. Ooh, the miracle of the amazing GIF technology. Yeah, we don't have to behave at all, but we are recording this, which is great. You get to see it on YouTube. It's kind of like the pre-show. Ed, you got some serious problems, man. Coming from a psychotic mental patient, he just told me I needed to seek help. Okay, we're going to really take your word for it there, buddy. Wow. Okay, the Obama administration is bringing in 70,000 felons into our city streets from federal prison. It's coming. This is the end, my only friend, the end of these entangled times, the end. Check it out, Breitbart.com. I'm hanging in there, man. This is, I'm what you call almost an extreme caster. It's better and different than life casters because they can only do 24-hour sessions for so long. Oh, let's take a look at the poll. Yeah. I could probably do close to, back to back, I'd say 60 years of this without breaking the beat, without interrupting the flow. I can pass from president to president. We could start with John F. Kennedy. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Then we head on to, forget LBJ. We're going to forget him. Richard Nixon. My fellow Americans. This ridiculous statement about Watergate has dogged the press. I'm just making stuff up as I go. And then we can go on to, forget Gerald Ford. Jimmy Carter. It's definitely racism. That's what's motivating a lot of people in the Republican Party. People die fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did that. Or we could stop with George H.W. Bush. Remember him? A new world order. 1,000 points of light. No quid pro quo. Or possibly Ronald Reagan, the man who swept away Jimmy Carter in a 1980 landfall victory, where he brought a new brand to the presidency. We just didn't know what he really stood for, but he brought back the presidency. He oversaw Iran-Contra and never even knew it was happening. Well, Nancy, what's this Iran-Contra I'm hearing about? What does that have to do with jelly beans? He was kind of an airhead. I know a lot of you liked Ronald Reagan, but Don Regan was everything. He gave them all the tip points. Hey, I saw the auto self-driving trucks there, Ed. We're going to be playing that in just a few minutes in the video hour. Dave's Video Emporium. And this was, the large solar plant torched itself. That was in the news. And this is perhaps the most interesting thing. Both Clinton and Trump are unpopular. 75% of the people polled said that they don't like them. They don't think they're trustworthy. Isn't that a telling statement about our country? And how we need a third-party choice, an idea that it's really time has come? This is what you guys could be doing on Friday night if you just had the right place, right locale, the right beer in your hand. Hanging out, living in the circle of life, dude. You could tell he dug that with his hands because he's got that sense of accomplishment. Pretty cool. He's just waiting for his Zen party to happen. Either that or he's got a coven of witches coming to... Anyway. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country and bring liberty and justice to this great nation. I'd rather not do Eisenhower. I don't even think his wife wanted to do Eisenhower. But the only thing to fear is fear itself. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so we're reaching that point where we're talking about these two. Okay, here we go. These wannabe 1%ers that want to control our country and don't have any personality. Frankly, have you ever laughed by anything Hillary or Donald has ever said? I mean, a true test of a person's intensity is their ability to create laughter, I think. I did Jimmy Carter a little earlier, but I did actually lust after the Playboy magazine that I was reading. Rosalind and I are not talking. I did Trump earlier. I don't think he's that funny. I mean, outtakes of him yelling is kind of funny. But I've never laughed at any single thing he said. Or Hillary. Is he constipated? It looks like he's ready to go to the bathroom here. Hey, I cut this music on acid by Sony. It's a pretty good program. Making your own music is awesome. Having a post-dinner party. Hanging out, trying to prevent the FEMA camps. Avoid the FEMA camps. Donald supports the FEMA system. He basically doesn't say anything about the negative aspects about it. He has never come out against 9/11 being an inside job. He tacitly supports GMOs, chemtrails, fluoride in the water. If you haven't waken up to how the elitists are controlling the two-party system, this is how they're doing it. He met with Henry Kissinger the other day. I mean, how establishment is that? Let's be brutally honest, folks. And I'll repeat all the lists of things that he has done or not done. I want to bring water, food, prosperity, and peace. He's already screwed up his airlines, his casinos, his marriages, his mortgages, his university, his vodka went under, China Connection failed. Even his Latin trading partners decided to dump him. Thank you, Jackson. And then bankruptcies. Oh my God. 4 corporate bankruptcies. Need I remind you? So remind me again what makes him such a winner, folks. Seriously. I mean, shouldn't we use our brains in this election, not vote like a herd of animals? Stop being a sheeple and let's focus on really getting America aware and united before it's too late. The guy is basically a front for a larger organization called the Fed. And he's not going to in any way end the Fed, I assure you. This guy is all about the Fed. They own him. And when Kissinger met him and he met with AIPAC, he showed his true colors. He doesn't even know all of the realizations we've created and obviously discussed in our show. He just came in for the hit points. And then he borrowed 9 of my key ideas to defeat every other Republican candidate. This guy is trying to ride my wave with all the money that corruption can buy. And it's really pathetic. Our country deserves the real McCoy. I'm here for the American people. I'm not going anywhere. Keep up the good work talking about a third party. I appreciate it. We have a solution for not only lowering your taxes, but getting the government to run efficiently. A third party has the clout and will have the potential to stop all of the moneyed interests from siphoning off your tax dollars. And will make solid, credible, common sense solutions for America's problems. We're not going to come up with wild, incredibly unbelievable ideas. Now, when he took the 1,000-mile fence idea and morphed it into his 1,000-mile wall idea, he showed his real stupidity. We can't build a wall in 1 year. It would take 100 years. It took China 100 years to build the Great Wall of China. So you can only imagine how foolish that statement was. And then to top it off, somebody asked, how are you going to pay for this? He comes up with the stupidest solution. We're going to have Mexico pay for it. Mexico's not going to pay for it. They can barely deal with their own problems. What a joke, and it's not even their fence. You see where he's coming from? It's criminal in the mindset embedded in his thought process to want somebody else to pay for something that we are doing. That's a criminal mindset. Why would somebody else pay for something on your property? So this is the mindset of deception, lies, and cheating, and greed, and all the bad things that make up a bad presidential candidate. And you've got to ask yourself, do you want a puppet of the New World Order like him? Or Hillary? Or Bernie, because he's like the throwaway joke clown Democrat who basically just talks about how he's going to help everybody. It's the rich people, I'm telling you. But I'd love to drive my Audi R8. I'm sorry that you caught a picture of me riding in my nice red sports car. But we've got to stop the rich people. Really? I'm trending, finally? It took 7 years. Thank you, 667. Mr. Sanders is just not good enough. We need somebody with a biting, acerbic wit. We need somebody in real time who can laugh and joke and get serious at the same time. We need a person who's interactive with the American people, and a person who would let Black Lives Matter speak on the mic in front of them and have a normal conversation. When Bernie Sanders couldn't even get into a conversation about the plight of African Americans in our cities with people that were really desperate to get heard, it showed me that this man doesn't even understand the tenets of democracy. I know. And when I found out that Sanders actually made a comment about women, I couldn't believe it. Sanders on rape. Let me show you a link that'll blow your mind. I couldn't believe it when I saw it myself. I'm going to end on this note, talk about the deception of a man kissing his ass through the Democratic Party, acting like he's doing something different. Bernie Sanders' campaign has tried to distance him from a 1972 essay in which the Democratic presidential candidate wrote that a woman fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. Check it out. Guess what? Are you ready for this? This is Snopes, mind you. The most liberal Fact Check and Snope are run by the same organization, the Annenberg Foundation, which is a liberal think tank and foundation. But it's true, folks. It's true. So you, all of you Democrats, I'm appealing to you too, to join us in the middle of the center of the political spectrum. And let's challenge this corruption in our country. It's getting worse. And worse. And worse. And worse. Oh, there's hope. There's hope. There's that love van at the beach, or the tiny house that you want to build with your family without any restrictions. And I will work to legalize marijuana recreationally. Trump hasn't even admitted to smoking it in his life. Hillary's not made any comment on legalization. And Bernie just acquired the idea of medical marijuana a few months ago. So yeah, we will do the unthinkable. If you build this third party with me and we keep this write-in candidacy going, check it for yourself. All you liberals, check it. Bernie Sanders claiming women like to be raped by 3 men. You did? I slept in a 70s van. Mine was a 1971 van. Down by the beach in Venice for 2 years. And I did buy government cheese at one point. I didn't get it from the government. I bought it at the market. Right at the end of the run, they actually sold that stuff for $5 for a 10-pound chunk of cheese. Actually, I think it was 20 pounds for $5. All right, here it is, by popular demand, the Trump interview on the Retro. Thank you. And thanks for coming in. We'll be back tomorrow with our Saturday show at 6 o'clock. It starts a little later than the regular show at 5. But 6 o'clock to 9 is our anti-war rally, and we'll be able to talk about preventing war in Syria and Ukraine. Thanks for watching, everybody. This has always been a pleasure. More cowbell. Got it. Will do. Take care.